Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. Councillors, Councillor Bradford, we need everyone to take their seats for a quorum. Okay. This meeting is now resumed. Our next item is GL 6.31, review of the City of Toronto Code Chapter on Vehicles for Hire. Before we begin that item, are there any release of member holds? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Page 2, EC 615, Community Benefits, all wards. I have two motions. I really don't have to speak to the issue, but I can. I don't know which one the clerk will put up first. Community benefits. Okay. We do. And Councillor Ainsley has a motion and Councillor Cressy as well. We're all in agreement. We're going to move them at the same time.
Okay, so if we can move those motions as a quick item, thank you. Councillor Thompson, there's your first motion. Okay. On favor?
Move the second first, and then there's B.
And thank you on my behalf. Thank
welcome.
you, Councillor Thompson. All in favor? Carried.
And then over to Councillor Ainsley.
Okay.
And
Councillor Ainsley?
Yep, I have a motion on the screen.
Okay.
Sorry, it will be on the screen. It's basically asking staff to work with, I have a piece of property that we just took ownership of. It's a former public high school, to look at using it as a job skills training center. I have a high number of, that area has the highest youth unemployment rate in the city, the second largest Indigenous peoples population. So I'm looking at how we can tie that site into the community benefits network.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. Councillor Cressy?
Yeah, and I'm the final of the trio here. I have a motion which is requesting a report back to committee to look at potential targets and a jurisdictional scan related to social procurement and benefits.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, quick item.
Thank you, Speaker. I can release MM 9.66, that's 619 King Street liquor license application. It's an AGCO matter. It was moved this morning.
Okay. MM 9.66, which was circulated earlier today. On favor? Carried. Then we have MM 967, moved by Councillor Coe, and I've seconded the motion, so I'll move it. MM 967, on favor? Carried. All right, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 2, EC 6.8, strengthening Toronto's nighttime economy. I have two motions that I worked on with staff, the General Manager of Economic Development, supported by Councillor Thompson, and I would like to move them.
Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen, that's on page 2, EC 6.8. Okay, it's on the screen. Okay, and the other one? Okay, that's B. All right. Okay, on motion A, on favor, carried. Amendment B, on favor, carried. Item is amended. Oh, you have a motion? Okay, Counselor Bradford, did the staff have your motion? Okay, go ahead. Do you want to stand up?
No, that's fine. I'm happy to move it. Yeah.
Did you want to introduce your motion, Counselor Bradford?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the screen there, City Council, this is a response to a local issue in Ward 19. I had a chance to meet with the owner of Castro's, and we're trying to support the nighttime economy as well as Toronto as a music city. I want to thank the Chair, Deputy Mayor Michael Thompson, and Chair of TMAC, Councillor Joe Cressy, for their work on this file. And this is just a motion that we worked with on staff to support the report. Thank you.
Okay. On the amendment,
Madam Speaker?
yes, Counselor Holliday?
Thank you. On a point of order, the previous motion went up so fast, it was physically impossible to read it. Could we just see what it said?
Okay, we'll put it back on the screen. We're doing quick releases, Counselor
I
Holliday.
understand, but we got to be able to read the motion.
Okay,
that
so if
goes
we
up.
can put them back on the screen, please. Counselor Ainsley, A and B, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have to hold the item down then. If we can circulate those motions then, please. Counselor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker, I hate to do this, but I have to reopen TE 7.129, just red light in Lakeshore and Leslie, and replace it with something. So if I could move to reopen that?
Okay, does the staff have your motion?
Yes, they've given it to me.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Okay, and we'll
And
be
then I'm placing
circulating.
the one with the recommendation, deletion and recommendation. There it is.
Okay?
And then I will release,
Okay, just one sec. We have to
Yep.
deal with this one first.
sure,
Okay, the amendment, on favor? Carried. All right. And Counselor Fletcher, you have another one?
yes, I'm going to release page 3, GL 6.16. It's the application for approval to expropriate 39 Commissioner Street. And I was going to hold that and have a long chat, but I'll simply say that I wish that we had moved much earlier on that, and would just advise everyone that we need to be quicker in securing properties, because then they've doubled and tripled in cost, right? So I'll move that because it's part of the waterfront redevelopment under city control. But I'm disappointed that in years past, I'd asked Waterfront Toronto to move on that property in the city, and we're now having to do that now.
Okay,
Much higher cost.
thank you. You like to hold?
You keep holding it?
What?
You gonna keep holding it?
Okay. Do you have any more, Counselor Fletcher?
And didn't send something to the clerk, but I do have something to release under CC, so as soon as they get it, I could do that midway sometime this afternoon.
Okay. Counselor Robinson?
On page 4, PH 7.11, the Citywide Heritage Survey Feasibility Study. I think staff has spoken to all the councillors. I just wanted to say this is an excellent report, thanks to staff, long overdue. And I think Councillor Wong Tam also wanted to say a thank you. Okay. So could we do that now quickly, do you think? Why not?
Okay, just a sec, one at a time. Okay, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And considering the length of the agenda before us, I know that Councillor Matlow has worked really hard on this particular initiative. I just want to echo the words of Councillor Robinson. This is an exceptional report, and I hope that Councillor Matlow will have a chance to say his 1 minute as well. The city-wide heritage survey program is really an international best practice, and I think that this is going to be a historic new way for us to approach documenting heritage properties in the City of Toronto. Allows the staff to move nimbly on any applications, and I think it's just critically important, Madam Speaker, because having sat on the Toronto Preservation Board for 8 years, it is not every day.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, this is a quick item.
Well, Madam Speaker, we were trying to find a way to make this as quick as possible.
So,
Do you want to continue to hold it?
well,
okay. Okay, no problems.
Okay, do you want to finish, Councillor Wong Tam? We're trying to get through this agenda.
Madam
Councillor
Speaker-
Wong Tam?
Madam Speaker, why don't I, if it's all right with Councillor Robinson, why don't we let Councillor Matlow hold this, if that's okay? Because I know that this is actually very important to him based on the initiative that he took in 2017. I'm still very interested in speaking to it, and I don't want to waste any more time. But I do think this is a very important report that we should at least highlight in this council meeting.
Okay, so it's not a quick item.
Do you still want it?
Okay, Councillor Matlow, is this a quick item?
It can be very quick, yeah.
No, it's not quick. We're already 5 minutes.
It's not quick. No. Councillor Robinson held the item down, and she just wanted to congratulate the staff. And so, is this a debate?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
The
Okay,
debate-
so Councillor Matlow, do you want to just speak for a minute and we can release it?
I literally just wanted to say thank you to like just four or five people, and that's it. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, so it's not a quick item. It's not a quick item. Like,
make these judgments, but
Yeah.
now, we're now 4 minutes into this, and
Yeah.
we can finish it in 2 minutes if we just let the people finish. And I just think we're going to be here Saturday, let alone Friday, and I think there's no reason, no excuse for it at all. And I just think if we let the people finish, it will be done in about 90 seconds, and that'll be that.
well, okay, let's see if it's, Councillor Wong Tam, 9 seconds?
Well, not 9 seconds, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that. In this report, and I think it's important for us to recognize, is that the heritage staff through city planning are going to endeavor and undertake the attempt to actually incorporate Indigenous histories in this heritage survey. This is historic work. This is work that does not happen in every city, and certainly in the City of Toronto, this particular report and the initiative that it actually is supporting has been in the works and in the development and in discussion for 20 years. So I think that it's actually very important that when we do have a historical marker of progress, that we recognize that. I recognize how long the agenda is, but this is actually very, very important. As someone who sat on the Preservation Board for 8 years, I can tell you this tool will be incredibly helpful, and I want to thank the city staff because I know that the work you're going to do, especially in engagement with the Indigenous community, is going to be monumental and deeply appreciated by that community. And of course, to thank Councillor Matlow and all the members of Planning and Housing for their leadership. Thank you.
On the item? Oh, Councillor Matlow?
Thank you. Listen, that's it. I was happy to get the ball rolling, but there were many, like the mayor and Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Shiner and Councillor Robinson and others who have been big supporters of this. And I just wanted to thank, it's one thing that we direct staff, but I want to thank Mary and Tamara and Liz and Gary. Am I missing anyone? I think I covered the gamut of people who didn't just do this as a directional request, but they've done it as a labor of love for our city. Thank you to them for this great work.
All right, are we all done? On the item, recorded vote. Councillor Robinson, do you have any more that you want to release?
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Ainsley, when you're seated, please. Councillor Thompson.
The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson?
Yes, on page 3, IE 6.7, the Don River and Central Waterfront Accelerated Plan. Both I have a motion, and the mayor also has motions that we could move quickly on that item. Is that okay?
Okay, does the staff have the motion?
Yes, they do.
Okay, if we can put it on the screen.
So I'll just speak to this quickly and say that prior to Mayor Tory being here, the term before that, when I was a rookie councillor, I moved twice at executive to accelerate this work. The Don River flows through my ward, very passionate about not just the Don River, but the Great Lakes, and just want to see this work come to fruition and accelerate it, and really excited to see this report. So I'm moving this motion just to keep council up to date and the Infrastructure and Environment Committee on the results of any funding applications, the updated project schedule, and opportunities to secure additional funding by the end of 2019. So just to, really, we can't do this fast enough. As the Chair of Public Works last term, we did a lot on this, and I just want to do a shout out to Michael DeAndrea and Lou Geronimo just for their work and their passion around these issues.
Thank you. Mayor Tory?
And this motion, Madam Speaker, just follows along with that. If we could put it up, is that it there? Yes. And it just directs our officials to make a submission to the federal and provincial government for funding to support the acceleration, to make sure it gets included in the 2020 Canada-Ontario Agreement, and to submit comments on the update, including the acceleration. So it really just facilitates what Councillor Robinson was talking about. So I think it's worthy of everybody's support.
Thank you. Okay, so on Councillor Robinson's amendment, on favor, carried. On the amendment by Mayor Tory, on favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Robinson?
On page 3 again, IE 6.10, I can release this one. I have a motion to move. It's really staff recommendations. Automated speed enforcement update and results of the request proposal. So if council is in agreement, I would just move the staff recommendations on this and say that, you know, definitely this is critical. Something, again, I moved as the chair of road safety last term, feel this is critical. We moved this along and moved motions on this previously, but very concerned that the province has not really given us the full green light on this, which really is another problem. That we're not able to fully implement this in a holistic way until the province gives it the green light. So we can put all the cameras in place we want, but until they allow us to fine, this won't be a successful program, and it's very important for particularly school safety zones. So we need a green light on this from the province, but this report is a great step forward.
Okay. The motion is on the screen because it's here without recommendation. So the motion on the screen, on favor, carried. Is that it, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, thank you.
What happened to you?
So the two amendments that, the three amendments that Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Bradford put forward on EC 6.8 was circulated to everyone. Is everyone okay with it, or did you still want to hold it? Councillor Holyday, Councillor Holyday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did have a question of the mover, of Councillor Ainsley. Maybe it can be a quick answer, I don't know. I just want to know what 24-hour license mean. Does that mean 24-hour serving of alcohol? Or the licensing of an establishment that would be open may include alcohol, I don't know. I think it's important.
Yep, sorry, it's not to serve alcohol 24 hours. It's some of the establishments they're looking at will have a business license to be open 24 hours. So I'm basically saying to give, they want to do it on more or less a pilot project basis. So I'm just saying, when you look at those establishments, they should be a multidisciplinary.
Okay, as long as we're not pushing to serve alcohol for 24 hours, it's a
Nope.
big difference.
No.
Okay, thank you for the
Are you
clarification.
okay?
I'm fine with it. Yep.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go back to EC 6.8. Motion A by Councillor Ainsley. On favor? Carried. Motion B by Councillor Ainsley. On favor? Carried. Motion 2 by Councillor Bradford. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. Recorded? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please, and Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Fillion, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Thank you. So we'll now go back to our timed item. Oh, Councillor Holliday, you had your name up there. Was that for a reason? Oh, okay. We'll go back to our timed item, which is on page 3, GL 6.31. Councillor Ainsley, you held the item down. Questions to staff? Okay, do we have any, Councillor Layton, questions to staff?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My questions involve specifically the sections about emissions and how we can strengthen the emissions requirements of vehicles. There's been some discussion about extending stronger emissions requirements. Could you tell us why that is not advised at this time, and what the appropriate and recommended approach would be if we wanted stronger emission standards?
So the emission standards that relate to this bylaw were originally brought up in 2014 without discussion with the industry, without discussion with consumers, public. So it is here before us. What we have heard from the industry that it is challenging with as vehicle types change, what vehicles are acceptable and what is not based on a stricter code is a challenge, and it may be somewhat cost prohibitive for members. These vehicles are more expensive. What we are looking to do is kind of exploring, it's also with each year vehicles get better. And that 7-year vehicle, as we move on, they're going to get to a higher level of standard. The Transform TO is something that we're looking at and the city wants to get involved in. It has a much larger reach out to 2050.
Okay, but that means there are no emission standards recommended in this report, unless we move a motion that says, come back with emission standards. I was under the impression, I want this to be made very clear, what is the legal advice around whether or not we could impose emissions requirements? This needs to be crystal clear, that the recommended approach is take a year to study this and consult with industry rather than put them in today.
So through the speaker, I will defer that to legal.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the legal advice is not that the city's prohibited from ever imposing emission standards. However, the advice has been that further consultation is required to ensure that the city has adequate information regarding what those standards should be. There is some history and there's some case law around this. Just trying to think of what I can say in public, but
Sure.
it's important when passing regulations that affect an industry to ensure that adequate consultation has been conducted.
Okay, then my last question, why didn't we have this consultation as a result of the report back in this case?
So we did consult, we didn't consult on, when we spoke with TAF, we spoke on, to a number of people throughout the consultations. Again, it's challenging to the industry, and it's challenging to have prescribed details if there isn't much flexibility for the industry. There's a list, there's an American standard, there's a Canadian standard, they're blended together, and each year it spits out a different number, which again makes it challenging for owners to purchase vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a question for the Uber and Lyft riders. They can line up for their registration. They can do that all online. Is that correct? For the registration, can they do that online?
Through the speaker, it is a completely electronic process, but it comes through as a batch through the private transportation company.
Okay, so what about our taxi drivers in the city? Don't they have to line up to do that? Can they not do that online also? Can they do it online?
We would like to move towards online, but through the speaker, it's typically coming to our office at 850 Coxwell.
Okay,
There are
so
documents that need to be
the way it
submitted.
is now, Lyft and Uber can just apply online, but our taxi drivers have to line up and apply.
Through the speaker, that's correct. It is something we want to work towards and in increasing everyone's time to do their business as it works best for them and based on their hours and not using up their time waiting
Well, if
in
I
line.
moved a motion to ask you to establish a system in the near future, would that be something you'd be willing to look at?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I just basically have one question. It relates to recommendation or 63, the provision that requires the vehicle registered with the MLS for use as a taxi cab as a condition for the license has to be renewed on an ongoing basis. So what exactly does that mean in terms of the renewed? I mean, I understand the definition, of course, right? But if I owned a plate and I were to renew that plate, am I required to also have a vehicle associated with that in order as a condition to using that plate?
Through the speaker, the intent of the plate is to have it associated with a taxi cab,
Okay.
which is a vehicle, correct.
Right. So, and just a continuation on that. So, what if, for example, for whatever reason, if I'm ill and I'm not able to basically utilize the plate to operate a vehicle, and I'm the sole user of that, so I don't have a vehicle, could I then continue to keep that license, that plate, until such time that I am well, or if I decided that I wanted to sort of park it for a while but not actually having a vehicle, could I do that?
So through the speaker, yes, it is a service we've been providing as a courtesy when, if someone is ill, someone has had a surgery, needs to recover, it is a service that we've provided. The caveat is that they pay the renewal fee annually, but they don't have to pay the other costs with operating the vehicle.
Right.
So that's correct.
So what would happen, for example, if I wanted just to travel for 6 months and not having a vehicle but to keep my plate? Would that be allowed?
So through the speaker, it's not prescribed that way.
Yeah.
It was not intended that way. It was more for the injury to make sure that you could rest and recover. As a courtesy, we have allowed it. Also with marking conditions as they've changed, we have allowed it.
Right.
The key is, the one example I'd like to draw to your attention to is there are 34 TTL plates that are on the shelf. And what that means is those 34 plates aren't affiliated with an accessible vehicle, and accessible service is potentially impacted.
I'm sorry, the last part?
The
Accessible.
service that is needed for those 34 vehicles is not being delivered.
Okay, so, I mean, would you have a problem if I deleted that requirement?
That's the will of council. It's not something that we put it in our report
Yeah.
originally, so it's something that I'm,
What difficulty, what harm does that create for the city and MLS with respect to that you could actually renew the plate but not necessarily have a vehicle?
so through the speaker, to Councillor Thompson, it is feasible.
That's fine.
We can work with it, yes.
I thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Ainsley? You held the item down? Oh, sorry, I have more. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. With respect to follow-up question to what Councillor Thompson was just asked, would there be an impact to deleting those plates or taking them out of service?
Through the speaker, they are not deleted. They are held in abeyance on the shelf while someone is either, in Councillor Thompson's example, traveling or recovering from an injury. The key is that the annual fee is still paid, which keeps them live.
Okay. And with respect to the accessibility vehicles, I think through the consultations and the stakeholder engagement, you've heard from that community. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, yes, we did have extensive consultations with the accessible community. We even established a expert accessible panel.
Okay. And I'm talking about the drivers, the drivers.
The drivers and the passengers.
Okay. Yeah. And what did the drivers share with you in terms of some of the challenges and hardships that they've experienced so far?
Sorry, can you repeat the driver or the passenger?
Driver.
There is a higher, through the speaker, there is a higher cost to operating and maintaining a accessible vehicle. There's a premium in the cost of the modification of the vehicle for a side door or rear door. It takes longer to have a passenger loaded on and unloaded from that vehicle, and then it has a higher cost to maintain.
And have they shared with you that the wages that they are earning through driving the accessible vehicles, they have not been able to, number one, recover their costs, but worse than that, they're actually losing money and not able to make ends meet? Have you heard that as well? And including some have gone into financial debt.
Through the speaker, that is something we heard during the consultations, yes.
And is there anyone who is driving an accessible cab right now who is able to financially make ends meet?
Through the speaker, the contracts that are affiliated with the TTC I've heard from them that they are doing well, they are sustaining, but there is, in other areas, it has been a challenge for drivers, yes, to take on that additional category, and that's potentially why we have 34 TTLs on the shelf.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the fees that are paid by the ride-share companies, the ride-for-hire companies, they pay $15 per car that's associated with their company and brand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what does a regular non-ride-sharing, non-vehicle for hire company pay for each car that's associated with their company? Is it also $15?
Yeah. It is $130. The piece that's missing is there is a per trip fee that 30 cents per trip that would bring it to equity or even higher on the PTC level based on the number of trips taken.
So there's no value in harmonizing those fees?
Through the speaker, they are somewhat harmonized because one is a flat fee and one is a flat fee plus a scalable fee that based on ridership.
Thank you. How many private vehicle for hires are out there? Licensed, apps downloaded?
Through the speaker, there are over 90,000.
90,000. Do you think with 90,000 additional vehicles on the road at various times that they are contributing to the congestion of Toronto?
Through the Speaker, I will start and then pass that on to my colleague in Transportation Services. The 90,000 vehicles are the number that are licensed. Not all are on the road at the same time. Our numbers show that it's on average 3,500 at the same time, and I'll turn over the congestion piece to my colleague Barbara Gray.
Thank you. One of the things we found, councillors, in looking at the travel time in our supplemental report, which is of course one measure of congestion, is that a lot of the trips that occur are occurring in off-peak hours. So there's certainly some trips that are happening in the commute hour, but in the downtown where the bulk of them are occurring, they tend to be occurring late night, Friday and Saturday night. And then in the suburban communities where we see those trips happening very often, they are commute trips, but often going to transit. So they're part of a first last mile transit trip as well, certainly contributing to volume of vehicles on the road. But what we found in terms of travel time impacts has not been significant.
Yeah, final question is, with
No, that-
90,000 vehicles
Sorry,
on
sorry,
the
that
road-
was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just not understanding fully why you wouldn't level the playing field on the emissions piece.
The emissions piece, from a leveling the playing field, this is actually by being restrictive on one industry, the only industry that we're restrictive on, it would have significant impact on our already challenging industry to restrict the types of vehicles that they could use, and they would have to be at a higher cost in already difficult times.
And the impact on the environment of not being more heavy-handed with the emissions piece, given what we're facing globally and locally?
So while we are all interested in emissions and protecting the environment, each year vehicles get better to a higher standard, and we're getting there naturally, and we're going to work towards, with the Create TO, towards the 2050, that all vehicles have a lower carbon footprint.
But, you know, all we hear about is crisis around climate change, and so I just don't know why we can't be a bit more aggressive on that front, given what's happening, as I said, locally and internationally.
Through the Speaker, I understand. It's something we will look at in future years with respect to providing incentives for people to drive low emissions and different fuel types.
So what about this? I've heard other cities have implemented caps on companies. Is that true? And what are some best practices out there related to that or not related to that?
So to my knowledge, there's only one city in the United States that has put a cap on PTCs, and that's New York City. There is also another one in Kingston, which has it, which doesn't have the same demand, but those are the two cities that I'm aware of that have caps. The New York one is about congestion, but it's already about the wages of the drivers, and which is something we can't get involved in.
And do you know what that cap is? I don't know, so.
I want to roughly, through the Speaker, I think it's 80,000.
80,000? Wow. And in Kingston, do you know what it is versus NYC?
Through the Speaker, 150.
150?
Oh, 150,000 for New York.
150 vehicles in total? Wow, okay. Thank you, that's all my questions. A lot of students.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Executive Director. You're familiar with these?
Through the Speaker, yes, I'm familiar with those.
There's something that goes on the side of the door, so somebody getting out from the back seat will be able to see if the bicycle is coming or not. Is this something that is right now used by certain companies?
Through the Speaker, it is used by certain companies.
Is it used by PTCs?
Through the Speaker, I'm not certain. It may be. Everyone chooses to do different. It's optional right now. It's not something that's
20
mandated
bucks, 30
by
bucks
the
each?
city.
20, 30 bucks each?
Through the Speaker, I'm not sure it's a cost measure. It's something that we have looked at through our research. There isn't sufficient evidence that says that reduces the number of incidents of dooring.
Right.
What we've recommended in our staff report is a sticker and the Dutch Reach, both of which we feel will improve and reduce the number of doorings.
But this saves people's lives. It's all about safety. Could it save people's lives? Could it avoid a bicycle coming by and as I'm getting out of a vehicle, I'm able to see that something's not coming there, and I will then open my door. Could it, yes or no?
Through the speaker, I don't think that's a yes or no question. Depends if the person exiting the vehicle chooses to look in that mirror, and it's not a mandatory thing for the passenger.
If that person, however, chooses to look in the mirror, I think that will save a person's life.
Through the speaker, it may.
Thank you. Insurance. Cabs have to show you that they have a commercial insurance policy. Each one of them has to show you individually. Would I be correct in that?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Do PTC drivers have to show that to you also?
Through the speaker, they do not show it to us, but it is a requirement in the current bylaw that they report that to the private transportation company that they are working from. And it is an offense for a PTC to permit a driver to drive if they do not meet this requirement.
Do they have to inform their insurance that they're driving as PTCs? Is this something that you mandate?
Through the speaker, yes, that's a requirement.
It's a requirement that they must inform their insurance, and the PTC company advises you that they have informed their insurance. You see that little checkoff.
Through the speaker, yes.
Okay, snow tires. I understand that snow tires are not mandated, or they're not important, but to the tax cabs they are. PTCs can and do not have to use them. Would I be correct?
Through the speaker, no, you would not be correct. In the bylaw, in 3 different places, for taxi, limo, or private transportation company, the same wording for snow tires is included. What this report does, and what a future motion I'm aware of is coming forward, is that there is some confusion around mud and snow, not all season, all weather and snow tires. We are including a definition for winter tires, and what we are mandating is that the 3-peak Arctic symbol is on all tires for all different sets of drivers.
So
And
everybody should have snow tires, is this what you're telling me?
that's correct, and that's a requirement right now, and that's how we enforce it.
Just recently, we heard from a mother that her son died because there was somebody that came to drive him to the airport, and he wasn't from Toronto, he did not know where going. And if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in this report of yours, and I could be mistaken if I am, please correct me, that it says that you do not have to have an Ontario driver's license in order to drive for PTCs. Would I be correct?
Through the speaker, that's not correct.
Okay, so in order for me to drive for PTC in the city of Toronto, I must have an Ontario driver's valid license.
Through the speaker, yes, for all PTCs, all vehicles for hire, PTCs, taxis, and limos. We are increasing the driver experience from 1 to 3 years to improve public safety.
So Uber, Lyft, all those drivers out there, they must have an insurance driver's license. This is what I'm hearing.
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct.
Okay. In the taxi cabs, we do have cameras. Is this something that we can look at in the PTCs?
Through the speaker, the PTCs, we do not require it in PTCs as it's a different arrangement. There is a offer and acceptance.
What? I said, is this something that we can look at?
Through the speaker, yes, it's something we could look at.
All right, thank you. Just recently, I mean, you must be aware of what happened the other day, there was charges against somebody that was a PTC driver or pretended to be a PTC driver and what happened in the vehicle. So I think looking or possibly looking at cameras in the vehicle will certainly have avoided what happened with this young lady.
Thank you. That was your last question. Yes.
Through the speaker, it's an unfortunate incident that none of us want to happen in any type of vehicle. The cameras wouldn't necessarily have prevented it. In the last 3 years, there have been 13 sexual assaults in vehicles for hire, 6 in taxi, and 7 in private transportation.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Ainsley.
Sorry.
No.
Councillor Ainsley held the item down. Councillor Ainsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I would like put up on the screen. It's a very long motion. It's almost 5 pages in length. Sorry?
You try.
I haven't had, this has been a very long work in progress. So I apologize, it hasn't been advanced circulated. I would like to start by saying that as the chair of the General Government Licensing Committee, the committee didn't take this matter lightly. I want to thank all the staff that have worked on this. They didn't take this matter lightly as well. There's a lot of dynamics around the vehicle for hire industry. As I've always said, as somebody that lives in the east end of Scarborough, I either drive or I take public transit. I haven't been in a cab for a long time. I've never been in a vehicle for PTC in the city of Toronto. I tried to take a perspective of what's the best
Councillor
way.
Ainslie, hold on, I'm going to put your time on hold. Can I please have some quiet? Please. Councillor Cressy, Councillor Grimes, Councillor Perruzza, please. There's way too much noise. And Councillor Robinson. Okay, Councillor Grimes, please. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I said, there's a lot of dynamics at play around here. We've been licensing taxi cabs in the City of Toronto for a long time. Here we are in 2019 as emerging technologies arrive. One of those is around the sharing economy. One component of that is around vehicles for hire. As I said, there's a lot of different dynamics at play. I've had a lot of different conversations with councillors in the chamber, both at the committee and since we've had the committee and gotten to this point today. So I put this motion together. I think it addresses a lot of the concerns that councillors have as well as the industry, and I would ask everybody to support it.
Okay, so the motion is going to be circulated.
Okay?
Yeah, thank you. And the clerk will put it online. So our next speaker is Councillor Layton. Okay, who's got questions? Okay, yes, let's have it circulated and we can ask questions, okay? Councillor Layton? to
Yes,
speak.
thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the last few years, we've seen a number of tragic accidents that may have been prevented if we had had stronger safety and training regulations that came out of the last time we debated this item. Nick Cameron died in an Uber on his way to Pearson Airport to a family celebration. I never knew Nick. I knew his mom, but not Nick. Turns out, though, that Nick and I had many common friends, and the more I hear his story, the more it saddens me. The driver had received no training, and he didn't even know where Pearson International Airport was. The result of the accident was the death of a sensitive, caring, and funny 28-year-old man who touched the lives of many in his short time. Nick's story shows the consequences of leaving ride-sharing companies in Toronto unregulated. It's not that we can bring him back or the others, but we can make it right. And we can make right the wrong that in 2016, that we did in the 2016 City Council decision by cutting training from the staff recommendations for vehicles for hire. There are three major shortcomings as I see it in the staff report. One is driver training and safety, another is environmental standards, and finally, one is connecting cars for hire with road congestion. The first on safety and training. I believe this motion, I know that this motion covers off us getting better training for drivers. Not only better than what we have currently, but better than what we had before, by getting third parties to administer the driver training and having a final test. This is the approach they use in New York City, and I think that this is a good step towards the approach we should have. The motion also includes that the permission from MLS should give consideration to in-car and in-class training. I believe those are two incredibly important components of it, and that our staff should put that into consideration. I am not a professional educator, so I am not prepared to put that in the list of what's required in the training, but I certainly think it is something that deserves deep consideration from staff. There are also many outstanding safety issues that we haven't addressed, Some being the mandatory inspections, in-car cameras, emergency lighting, the number of hours you can work in a day, the feasibility of using software to restrict pickup and drop-off in no stopping areas, and side mirrors, as was raised by Councillor Karygiannis. The motion requests that all of those items be reported back on. This is not the last we will have. The only reason why you say no to this motion is if you didn't want to keep debating this anymore. But I think it's worthwhile that we come back and have a discussion about those additional safety measures. The second on environmental standards. I would like nothing more, and you all know me, right? If anything, what I've tried to do in my time at council is fight for better environmental standards. I would love to put what TAF recommended into the policy right now, but I'm being told, and I'm trusting our city solicitor and our staff that say that's not a good idea because we might spend more time fighting it in court than implementing it. That is the only reason I am not saying do it right now. I don't buy this notion that we can't figure out the emission standards of cars because it took me 30 seconds to Google it for every year in Canada and find spreadsheets. But if we need time to consider it so we come up with the strongest possible regulations, the ones they're using in California as a good start, and that's where the direction comes from the motion, I'm prepared to take that time for consideration. But I think we should have consulted stronger emission standards leading up to this report. I really deeply and sincerely do. We've got to use our regulatory power to achieve the cities and the country's reductions requirements under international climate change agreements. And it's one thing and great to walk the walk by changing our own vehicles, but we need to use every measure we can to achieve that, and one is the regulation of vehicles, because I cannot, and I don't think any of us expect the province to step in and do the same. Finally, on congestion. Everyone has been talking about a cap. There's been discussion as a cap. I'm supportive of a cap. But I think we need to have that discussion on what that is and what it looks like in the context of the overall car for hire regime and industry in Toronto, and in a way, a reflection of what the impacts are of cars for hire on congestion. I think that's a responsible approach. That's what's written into the motion. But we will have a report back here in a year's time, which is what staff have told us they need to do it, with more information than we currently have, to have that discussion about limiting the number of vehicles for hire.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. I move that City Council amend the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 546, licensing for vehicles hires, to delete all provisions to currently license and permit the operation of private transportation companies, PTC drivers, and PTC vehicles, and to add provisions to prohibit PTC businesses from operating in Toronto, and that the Government and Licensing Committee recommendations be amended accordingly. So, once again, I think it's the 5th or 6th time I find myself here debating PTCs, being told, well, no, we don't know how to solve the safety problem just now. We'll do that later. We don't know how to solve the emissions problem. We'll do that later. We don't know about the congestion issue. We'll do that later. 6 times now, 6 times, we've been told, no, we can't quite do it. And we're given a variety of reasons. We didn't consult on it. It's difficult to get emissions standards out there, and so on. No, none of those are the actual reason. The ultimate cause, the real reason why we don't have these problems solved, is that Lyft and Uber do not want us to solve them. I have had Uber in my office, not recently. They stopped coming to see me a while ago. But I had Lyft in just a little while ago, and I said, I've got some ideas on making a more rigorous training regime than what's in the staff report, and I made some suggestions. And I said, so if we did that, would you go along? And they said, well, that's above our pay grade. We'd have to go back to head office, which is basically what Uber told us for about 4 years while they were operating illegally in the City of Toronto. You know, we can't do the deal with you. We got to go back to head office. The fact of the matter is that their business model, their very business model, and they told me this in the meeting, Their business model is they want to have a lot of short-term drivers. They don't want to have a core of permanent employees. They want to have people who drive a couple hours or maybe for 6 months and then leave. So they want to have a lot of churn. Their business model depends on being able to get a precarious workforce in and out as quickly as possible. And that doesn't work if you require that precarious workforce to be well-trained in how to operate safely, knowledgeable about the City of Toronto streets, able to manage passengers in crisis, driving a vehicle that's clean, and staying underneath a cap so that we're not congested in downtown. They're very business model demands that we don't deliver these social goods. That's the purpose of Uber. It's the purpose of Lyft, is to get people working in precarious jobs where they don't get meaningful wage, where they don't develop tenure and security or job security, where they can't make a living at it. That's how they do it. That's what their point is. Without that reliance on precarious, ill-trained people driving whatever vehicle they have to, without any kind of controls on the number of them on the streets, neither Uber nor Lyft would make any money and they would cease to exist. The reasons you hear in a given debate for why we can't have clean air in the City of Toronto, why our transportation regulations can't help us to achieve our climate change objectives, why we can't make sure that the drivers are trained as well as we used to train taxi drivers, where we had in-classroom instruction by City of Toronto employees, and why we can't control the number of vehicles congesting our city, is so that venture capitalists who've invested in Uber and Lyft can get a good return. We are deliberately handing away our ability to regulate, to keep Torontonians safe, to create decent working environments for people who are working on our city's streets, to improve air quality, and to prevent congestion. We're handing all of that away so that venture capitalists can make a lot of money off people who are precariously employed. And we keep acting like we have no choice in it. Because they're here, we have to let them be here. Because a scofflaw company named Uber came in violation of our regulations and said, no, 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 we've got investors to pay, we don't care about your regulations. We just keep putting off, and putting off acknowledging that the social policy goals that Torontonians are demanding of us, that their kids can drive safe in an Uber, that our air quality is good, that our climate targets are met, we just keep putting all that off for another day because Uber and Lyft don't want us to ever get there.
Thank you. We have some questions for you. Councillor Karygiannis, 3 minutes, clarification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In all due respect, I think this is probably one of the things that you and I, Councillor, agree on, but you think it's real?
It's a rare moment, but an enjoyable one, Councillor, yes.
Well, you should have been there when I was there. Unfortunately, we're not there to begin with, but now we see how you're right. Do you think that's doable? Do you think that we just can pass this regulation right now and we wouldn't be taken to court?
Absolutely, absolutely. If you look at the areas where governments protect the rights of Torontonians and Canadians, things like even the building code or our healthcare system or our control of the broadcasting frequencies, all of these were won after the public and governments fought long and hard against private interests. It is a thing that I don't understand in modern political discourse, that just because a big company wants a government to surrender its regulatory authority, we have to do that. That's a new thing. We used to, as governments, have the courage to look after the citizens who elect us to represent them and to tell people who simply are interested in making money while deregulating the things that protect Torontonians, it just shocks me.
Councillor, that would be like we allow somebody to build a building, and then he starts putting people in, and all of a sudden we go back and say, hold on a second, get your people out, we're going to destroy the building a floor down. That would be something similar.
On a small scale, this is actually surrendering our right to regulate the entire road network that belongs to and was paid for by Torontonians.
So you would like to see something like vehicles that are vehicles that are electric or vehicles that are fuel efficient, be in our cab companies, and what you're saying, or what I'm hearing, is that that does not exist with PTCs.
Yeah, absolutely correct. I can remember being here, not as a member of council, but as an activist on environmental issues, sitting up there, watching Councillor Howard Moscow and Councillor Denzel Min Wong, I think this was when Mel Lastman was mayor, saying that it was absolutely important that we bring in natural gas and other fuel-efficient vehicles in the taxi fleet. And because governments back then had the courage to regulate in the public interest, we did that.
Wasn't Councillor Layton one of those that was giving money away to people that were putting in natural gas?
I forget how it all worked, but I know that it went across the political spectrum. It was everyone from Councillor Min Wong to Councillor Howard Moscow, right and left, agreed that improving air quality in the City of Toronto meant that this government could have the courage to regulate it in place. And it shocks the mind that we're willing to surrender that very important public policy initiative just because a couple of American companies want to make money.
That was your last question.
Oh, well, I got 3 more seconds.
No, okay, go ahead. Your time is up, Councillor. Your time is up. Councillor Wong Tam, you're next.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, Councillor, your time was up. Yeah. No. It was, yeah. It wasn't 2:55. Yeah. Councillor Wong Tam, questions? Questions?
Yes, thank you very much.
I'll start your time.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the motion that's before us, essentially this motion would ban and eliminate the classification known as private transportation company drivers as well as vehicles, effectively removing Uber from the city streets. Is that correct?
Uber, Lyft, and other similar businesses, yes.
And do you believe that there's a correlation to the 90,000 odd PTC drivers, which are Uber drivers, that those 90,000 drivers are contributing to a diminishing air quality in the City of Toronto?
I think that I've heard it expressed by senior staff at the Toronto Transit Commission that among the reasons that last year was the first year where transit ridership declined since 1998 was the advent of these private transportation companies.
And do you believe there's a correlation between the 90,000 odd PTC drivers that are on the road today and traffic congestion, which seems to be getting worse and worse every day?
There are many causes to traffic congestion in the City of Toronto, and this is one of them. There are a lot of them that we don't have control over, but this is one we do have control over, and we should assert that control.
Now, if Uber had not come into the city as brazen as they did, which was catch us and regulate us if you can, but if they had sat down and worked with the city to work through the process and to actually find a way to regulate them without having us to be on the adversarial side of this, this equation, would you have a different approach?
So it depends. It depends. If you look at the regulatory regime that we had in place prior to, the scofflaws from Uber coming in and breaking all of our rules, and then demanding that we write rules that they could benefit from, we had a number of protections in place for part-time drivers, for example. Shift drivers, there was a requirement about how much time they got and various things. If we had continued with those kinds of tools, protecting the public, the workforce, air quality, if we'd been able to keep that all in place and other people had wanted to come into our market and operate, that's fine. I would have been just fine and dandy. What I am not fine with is us saying, you know what, we're going to give up our duty as people who are supposed to regulate in the public interest. We're going to give up all of our public interest demands just because some company wants to make money. It's shocking to me. It's something that I still can't get my head around how we wound up here.
Question? Councillor Grimes to speak. Councillor Grimes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that City Council requests the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards to establish a system to allow all vehicle for hire owners, operators, and drivers to submit vehicle registrations and fees electronically. We heard that's not the case now. I think it should be a level playing field where Uber and Lyft can do it online. The taxi registry cannot, so I think it should be a level playing field. I do agree with a lot Councillor Layton says, so in the interest of time, I'll just ask that we support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I have a motion, and this motion relates to the questions that I'd asked the Director of MLS regarding the registration requirement for renewing a taxi owner's license plate. I know that he indicated to me that there are provisions that allow if a owner is sick and it could be, the license could be renewed and so on, kept in place. We talked about traveling and so on, but I think he also indicated that if this motion were to be deleted, it would not adversely affect anything. And I think that Councillor Wong Tam had asked a sort of follow-up related question to that. I think he got the answer that came to us that suggested that deleting this particular recommendation would not be a concern. I have many, actually, taxi drivers, and some of them are plate owners in my ward, and I suspect that we all do. They are being affected certainly by the new economy and technology. I'm happy that there is a decision here in the City of Toronto to ensure that we take advantage of new technology and so on. And so I'm not really here to suggest that we refrain from moving forward, but I'm simply suggesting that the historical nature of this industry, and many who have carried this industry to a point where it is today, and clearly it's in a very disruptive situation because of the disruptive nature of technology and its impact on the industry and so on. So I'd like to delete that particular recommendation because I do believe that renewing the taxi owner plates and license should not require you to necessarily have your car right then and there and so on. You could have some span of time in between. And I know that I think the staff indicated approximately 90 days or something to that effect. I think that we really should permit it to be much more extensive, and that's why I'm moving this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson? I haven't seen your motion, but I believe that your motion, Councillor Ainsley, has deleted. Was recommending. Yeah, so, yeah, so that's why we held the questions down, because of his motion, so we circulated his motion. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to give an opportunity for members to ask Councillor Ainsley questions on his motion. Okay, so after we finish this, the speakers list. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't be very long, but after I heard Councillor Layton talk about Nicholas Cameron and that he didn't know him but known his mother, I have to say that I did know Nicholas Cameron, and I knew him through my kids and their great group of friends. And the absolutely terrible devastation that all these young people felt when he died in that tragic and totally unnecessary way in the back of an Uber. They couldn't believe that he died, and they couldn't believe that he died in an Uber, because they all took Uber. And the thing that they expected was that a vehicle on the street, whether it's a TTC vehicle, a taxi, or any way that something that the city is allowing on the street, a commercial vehicle, trucking vehicle, a semi, that somehow would be regulated, that somehow city, council, city staff, would have thought ahead as to the consequences of simply dropping all of these cars onto the street without any regulation really, as we did when we first agreed to this, or those who did agree to that. And I just want to say we let them all down. We let him down, and we let all of his friends down that believed in us, that believed we had their best interests at heart, that we had the citizens' best interests at heart, that we thought about regulating an industry on our roads, where we spent days and days here talking about Vision Zero and the importance of keeping streets safe, and then somehow simply allowed a couple of companies to go out and do whatever they want in our streets. We let them down. We let him down. And I think we're moving in a direction now, as Councillor Layton says, we're not finished with this. We need to keep bringing people into compliance, into knowing what they're doing when they're driving. I know that I can see a taxi. It's got a number. If I want to call Christine up at Beck and say, taxi number XXX, this and that happened. You can't do that actually with vehicles for hire. I don't know who those people are. Have to remember the license plate, maybe take a picture. I'm not supposed to be using my phone. So even the system that we have doesn't treat these as road users like all other commercial road users. So we can move to that, but I am glad we're doing this now. But this is a big corporation. It doesn't want to do any of these things. It didn't want to do any of those things when they first got here. And when we let all of the kids down, because that's who's taking Uber, really, the majority of people are the millennials. That's their way to get around. We let them down because we didn't put any regulations that will keep them safe. And so that was very disappointing at that time. I think we are taking a few steps in the right direction, but for me it's not fast enough, strong enough, or sharp enough.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the speakers. Councillor Karygiannis, and then we're going to Councillor Ainslie to questions on his motion. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did have a motion, Madam Speaker, but I want to forego pointing the motion out. I think some of the concerns that I have can and will be addressed in other people's motions. This item is not going to go away. This item is going to come back, and this item is going to be, I'm not moving it. Just want to make sure that I'm not moving it. And I want to thank the staff for working very diligently, very hard to put it together. However, I'm just going to forego.
You're not moving it. Thanks, Dan.
This costs $16.99 on Amazon, and this can save lives. And for us not to be asking people to put this on or to be thinking about it, I think it's a tragedy. Cameras in the vehicles, especially PTC vehicles. We have had our share of sexual misconduct by PTC drivers just recently. Misconduct. Misconduct, I said. Thank you. I appreciate it. We have our share of difficulties with PTC drivers, and just lately we've seen what happened. There is thousands of vehicles in downtown Toronto that are vehicles for hire, especially PTCs. And when you ask the PTC company, they say, oh, we have maybe 2,000 or 3,000 in a particular day. And you say, can you show me the figures? Well, we can't really. One morning, I was between Jarvis and Church. There were 2 taxi cab companies. This is in Richmond. And something like about 13 PTCs were flooded downtown. I want to commend Councillor Layton for wanting to get back that all vehicles be fuel efficient and or hybrids. We go downstairs in the basement to get our cars, and you see that vehicles that are electric are allowed to park outside. You go to places where vehicles are electric and you plug them in, you get in the front of the line. You go on the 401, 404, or other highway series, 4 highway series, and the electrical vehicles can get in the fast-flowing lanes. And yet here, we're spending thousands of dollars in our atmospheric transformations, and yet we're allowing the PTCs to roll around uncontrolled, unchallenged, unconditioned. So it's like saying on one side of our mouths, oh, we got to be environment friendly, the polar caps are melting, and on the other side to say it's all right to have 90,000 drivers out on the road. The other thing that happens, a lot of the for-hire vehicles, when you see them roaming around, pretend to be taxis. They have a light on the dash. The original thing that we agreed upon was a decal in the right rear window. These guys have gone above and beyond the right rear window. They got little emblems that says Lyft or Uber, or they got a light. And if they don't get a call, they just keep circling and circling and circling until somebody jumps out and they get in. And when we bring this to the attention of our enforcement team, well, Uber regulates itself, and Lyft operates itself. And when Uber was here a couple of days ago, I sent them a picture where I was described by an Uber driver what to do, and fingers. And they said, we'll take care of it. Never heard back from them. If it was a taxi cab driver, we would have had him up here on the red carpet in front of the tribunal. So there's one set of rules for Uber and another set of rules for the taxis. We were talking about having a level playing field. Not only we don't have a level playing field, we have a playing field which pretty well gives this down to Uber and Lyft and anybody else that wants to come right after it. So I'm just going to say that and I'm going to sit down.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam?
Madam Speaker, I believe you said that we can go to questions now of the.
Well, we're going to finish the speakers first, then go to questions. So did you want to speak? You're on the speakers
I
list.
would rather ask questions of the mover now. We've all had chances to have had a chance to
okay.
read. Yeah, is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. So let's go to speakers on Councillor Ainsley's motion that we held down. Okay, just one sec. Councillor Wong Tam, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And with respect to Councillor Ainsley's motion, with respect to page 2 at the bottom of the first paragraph, there is some language about determining measures, asking staff to determine measures on how to mitigate congestion, and also determining the appropriate number of vehicles for hire and its impact on the City of Toronto. It sounds to me here, Councillor, that you are asking staff to report back on the appropriate number of vehicles on the road. Are you suggesting that there is a cap of private transportation companies? Is that what is that how I'm reading it?
Sorry, my microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so when we discussed this at the committee, we were trying to, I asked about, capping and what was the best way forward to look at an appropriate number of PTC cars on the road, and they asked if they could look back on how it impacted congestion, and if there is an appropriate number, they just couldn't outright pick a number and say this is the number of PTC vehicles that should be in Toronto.
So I'm going to take that as a yes answer, is that staff are suggesting that if you want them to look at ways to mitigate congestion, they are going to have to take a look at what is the appropriate number of PTCs that should be allowed on the road.
Yes.
And that you expect them to report back when they report back within a year.
Yes.
Okay.
Right now there's 90,000 PTC vehicles on the roads. I asked if that was an appropriate number. If we were going to cap it, should we cap it at 90,000? And they said they would have to determine what an appropriate number of vehicles were on the road.
And thank you very much, Councillor. And with respect to language on page 3, you are asking that there be a full harmonization of all licensees and the fees around license categories. You're asking staff once again to report back to make sure that everyone is paying the same thing, or at least we're on the same playing field. Is that correct?
Yes, because the fees that we charge for vehicles for hire are done on a cost recovery basis.
Because right now the private transportation companies per driver, they only pay $15 as we noted today. You can barely buy a lunch at the City Hall cafeteria for 15 bucks. But that's what Uber pays for every driver, is that correct?
Yes.
And you want to make sure that that fee is going to be harmonized, at least on an equal playing field with every other company.
Yes.
Then my final question is, the City of Toronto had commissioned a report through the Taxi Research Company, and I know that we had spent hundreds of hours, if not thousands, throughout the staff time accumulatively, trying to determine the appropriate number of taxis that we should have in the City of Toronto and its impact. Have we ever reviewed the right number of Ubers that we should have in the City of Toronto?
Oh, and that's part of the question, that you going back to what you said earlier about trying to determine the right number of Uber vehicles on the road.
Yeah, that's why you want us to do this work.
Yes,
Because we've never done it.
correct.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, would you like to speak? Oh, okay, I didn't see your name. Okay, Councillor Perks?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Your motion number 4, your recommendation number 4, that's the one with the clean vehicles.
Yes, by
So that's a goal. That's not a requirement.
No, that's the
Okay.
goal.
And that's-
It conforms with transform TOs.
I was going to ask about that. So we're asking that all Torontonians, our carbon reduction plan for 2050 imagines that all vehicles will meet this standard by 2050, right?
Right.
So in fact, your goal here is just that Uber be able to drive the same vehicle as everybody else.
Correct.
Okay. So we're not,
doing now.
so you're, okay, thanks very much on that one. And below that, you've got something in that in order to drive the same vehicle as everyone else, we should consider an incentive program that we would be paying these guys in number 5?
Correct.
So if I read that together, it's not a requirement. We're just going to be expecting Uber drivers and Lyft drivers to drive the same vehicles that, I don't know, Councillor Min Wong drives. I don't drive, so that any member,
Not as bad as mine.
not as bad as Councillor Min Wong's car, and that we will provide a public incentive for that. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am going to be supporting Councillor Ainsley's motion. I know that this motion was worked on by a number of individuals. Even some of the things that I wanted to see have made its way into the language of the motion. I think that's a great credit to everyone who worked together. I do also think that, as this motion is crafted, there is also a lot of compromises being made. And some of those compromises being made is in order for us to make sure that the staff can report back and the next time we get another crack at it, which I think is important because in 2006, I remember very clearly in this chamber, there was a real big, forceful effort to make sure that we gave Uber everything they pretty much wanted. This council was on its way to resolving the conflict between the ambassador plates and the standard plates. And that was after a lot of work. We were finally going to get there. And then all of a sudden, everything changed, and then deregulation practically came in because we were forced to face with what was a disruptive technology. Well, the reality is, it's actually made things worse. That's right. If you want to know what causes congestion in the City of Toronto, I'll tell you, it's not a bike lane. And it's not even a construction site every now and then. What causes congestion are cars. Surprise. If you have 90,000 vehicles who are motivated to go out and collect a buck or two as quickly as possible, you are incentivizing them to get out there. And even if you decide that you want to follow the Uber research, that they claim only 3,500 cars are on the road at any given time that they're using their app, I'm just not buying it. Everywhere I go downtown Toronto, it is wildly congested. And what I see in the windows are those little decals, whether it's the white little Uber C or the pink Lyft icon, they seem to be everywhere. Now, maybe it's because I live downtown. So therefore, they're circling around every single block. But I don't think they're necessarily all coming around because they're coming to pick up a fare. They're literally circling the downtown communities. So anybody Madam Speaker, who says they care about reducing congestion in the City of Toronto, they cannot possibly be sincere unless they're willing to tackle this congestion issue that I believe is being caused by the 90,000 vehicles that are circling around. Now, when in 2016 the effort underway was to fight the regulations and the licensing of Uber and ensuring that we were going to have safety standards, there was a fierce battle here. And this is where I think we need to own up to some of it, because it's not reasonable to say, oh, if only Mr. Cameron, did not get into that Uber vehicle with that inexperienced, out-of-town driver. This council, Madam Speaker, decided that safety for passengers in Toronto was not a priority. We went out of our way to make it easy for Uber and those other companies to get what they wanted. I don't know for certain whether or not Mr. Cameron would be with us today, but I'm pretty confident there would not have been an Uber that he would have gone into, and that driver would have been a driver who would have received the safety training if we held Uber and the other private transportation companies to the same account that we held our taxi drivers. And what exactly have we done to the taxi industry? We were on our way to fixing a long-standing inequitable problem. We have decimated them. We have made lives so difficult for those drivers and their families. And I know that they are in every single one of our communities, and I represent the Downtown East. 3 of the poorest census tracts are in my neighborhoods downtown. And I can tell you that this has made life very difficult for the drivers and their families. So if you want to continue to go on this course, Madam Speaker, then we should just continue to send it off to staff. Let's think about it again. Let's come back in another year. Let's tinker around with it one more time. And yeah, that's what we're going to do, because I know we don't have the votes to support Councillor Perks today. But if we did have the votes to support Councillor Perks, and if Council was courageous enough to hold Uber to account in 2016, everything here would be different, and we would be in a better space. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza. Please, no applause. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I wasn't going to say anything, but I don't know. This is like one of my favorite subject areas, so perhaps I'll just a couple of words. I don't know where technology is taking us. I don't know what it'll look like, 50 years down the road, 100 years down the road. I don't know when we have self-driving cars, sort of at the end of the driveway or in every street, that we'll just simply be able to hop into and take out our loose change and drop it into the steering wheel and take us wherever we want to go, and just on on a request. But I do know this, and I do know this today. We are just simply capitulating to technology, or at least under the guise of technology. We're just simply all knuckling over and saying, you know what, nothing we can do here. That's not true. Because what technology is doing here is killing living wage jobs, basically decimating an entire industry that we took a long time to regulate, to try to sort of manage, and to, be a symbol for the city. So we were doing all of that, and then all of a sudden we decided that, you know what, we're just going to simply let technology take it away. I don't know, somebody can get in a car and I guess pay less for a fare and get to wherever they want to go. You don't know which car. You don't know what driver. All of those conditions that existed before with taxis in terms of safety and certainty, those things all still exist. Young people, drunk people still get back in the back seat of somebody's car and vomit. I don't know what UberX driver or Uber driver does with the vomit in the rear seat of his car. But here's what some of the things I do know. I know that we don't know anything about those industries in terms of who they're recruiting, how they're recruiting, how many drivers, how many cars, who they're putting out there and where. How long those jobs last, how much money they make. We have none of those certainties. Maybe we don't care. I think we should care, but maybe we don't. I often, and my wife always gets on me about this, I often, as I'm drifting about the city, it's just my nature, I guess. I like to engage people, often strangers. So I was driving on Finch Avenue the other day, and just before York Gate Boulevard, my wife was with me. We were going to an event, and just beside me, I noticed in the back window is like Uber, right? This guy is driving this little SUV, nice-looking SUV, brand new, relatively new, and it says Uber. So sure enough, I caught up with him at the Oakdale light, and immediately I rolled down my window. I said, "Hey," I honked my horn. I said, and he rolls down his window, and I say, "Hey, so you're an Uber driver?" He says, "Yeah, I just started." "So how long have you been an Uber driver?" He says, "It's like my third day." "So how are you doing? How's it going?" Right? He says, "Well, I've had 5 rides." Right? I said, "Whoa, that can't be very, very good." And then the light's about to turn, and I didn't have an opportunity to really engage him much further. He says, "Maybe I'm in the wrong area. I think I got to go downtown." Right? Almost wanted to say, "Please, by all means, go downtown, get off of Finch." Right? Like, you'd be out of my way. But the conversation never got that far. How long do you think that person is going to be an Uber driver? 3 days, 5 rides. Right? So we let technology just simply sit there, recruit people, and exploit them to the max. It's kind of like substandard shift work. And we're just simply going to sit here and say, "Oh, you know what? Technology. Nothing we can do about it. So therefore, let's do nothing about it." I think that that's wrong.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perruzza. Okay, we're ready to vote. We're voting in numeric order. Our first motion is by Councillor Ainsley, which is the 5-page motion. Do we want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong, please.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Matlow, when you're seated. And Councillor Bailao.
The amendment carries 22-1.
Okay, motion 2 by Councillor Perks. Recorded vote.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 6-17.
Motion 3 by Councillor Grimes. Recorded vote.
Counselor Thompson, please.
Councilor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries 22 to 1.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Cressy to reopen. Do we want a recorded vote? Oh, yes, yes. No, just on the item. Just on the item. Recorded vote on Councillor Grimes' motion.
The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Item is amended. Recorded.
Counselor Karygiannis, Counselor Fletcher.
Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, please.
The item is amended, carries 22 to 1.
Okay, our next timed item is CC 9.14 on Lakeshore Boulevard West in Park Lawn. Before we go in camera, do we have any quick items? Any quick releases? No, but do we have any quick releases before we go on camera? Well, but put your name there. Oh. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. Page 4, item PH 7.2 Task Force. There's a motion that I believe is on behalf of Councillor Robinson.
Okay.
If the clerks could kindly put the motion on the screen. This has been approved by the planners, the chief planner himself, and Councillor Layton is also comfortable with it.
Okay, so it's on the screen.
Come on, I would just say that this has been about 5 years in the coming. This started with kind of a goofy motion of mine about making Toronto the craft beer capital of the world. Yes, it was a tongue-in-cheek motion, but we went from 6 breweries at that time to now almost 70 in that stretch and period. And part of that was us, over time, we've actually been interpreting our zoning bylaws differently. This is just codifying that. So I just want to thank staff, Greg Ewens, who's actually on parental leave now, as well as staff in economic development who have participated in the task force to help bring it this far. Cheers.
Thank you, and I have quite a few of them in my ward as well. So on the amendment by Councillor Robinson, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Carroll.
Well, I'll try this, Madam Speaker, on page 4. You know, I know what I'm going to move, and I think so does Councillor Holyday on EY 7.12, page 4. So I can try and move it as a quick motion, and he might wish to do the same on the NY number. Not quick? Okay, I tried. Motion.
Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker. On page 5, CC 9.1, report regarding the conduct of former Councillor Justin DiCiano. I'd just like to defer that till October, please.
Okay. Pardon? Hold. Continue to hold it then.
I will. And then I have one there too that is CC 9.11. It's the LPAT. It's Oh, I have to sign it? You have to send it around? It's confidential, so it has to be moved in confident, sorry. It's a confidential motion, yes, sorry. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not ready, but it will be shortly. Thank you.
Okay, hold on, Deputy Mayor. Okay, yes, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Fletcher, if she just wanted to move the deferral motion, we could vote on it. I'd just as soon deal with it today at this meeting. But
Well-
if she wants to defer it, we could just do a simple vote.
If we don't get through with the
Okay?
agenda.
I'm just trying to offer a way
Okay,
forward.
if we don't get through with the agenda, everything's going to be deferred. So, did you want her to move the deferral motion?
Yeah, let's vote on that.
Quite a few, so if we don't get it finished, everything's going to be deferred. So, Councillor Fletcher, do you want to defer to the next meeting, the item? Pardon? Okay. Recorded vote. On page 5, CC 9.1. Okay, let's continue holding. It's not a quick item. We're not going to deal with it till September anyway. Okay. All right, Councillor Grimes, we're not going to deal, everything is going to be deferred. So, Councillor Grimes, do you have a motion to go in camera?
I think I do. I do now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Council resets its public session to meet as a committee of the whole in closed session to consider CC 9.14, 2150, 2194 Lakeshore Boulevard West, and 23 Park Lawn Road, appeal of official plan amendment 231, local planning appeal tribunal hearing, request for directions, reason for confirmation, litigation, or potential litigation that affects the city or one of its agencies or corporations, and advice or communications that are subject to the solicitor-client privilege.
On favor? Carried. So if I can ask everyone to vacate the council chambers? No. Except for the members of council and staff. No, I said the public and the staff that need to be here for the item. Okay, members of council. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of item CC 9.14 regarding 2150, 2194 Lakeshore Boulevard West, and 23 Park Lawn Road. No motions were made in closed session. We will now proceed to the public debate on this item. Councillor Grimes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to move the confidential motion that you have in front of you, that City Council adopt the confidence instructions to staff and the confidence attachment to the motion and direct that the instruction become public if adopted. So what we have here is a settlement coming forward for a 27-acre piece in my ward, the Mr. Christie site. Staff have done a lot of great work. I want to thank them for the great work they've done to get us to this point. I'm a little concerned. There was really no avenue to take this to the community to show it to them. Staff, was there an avenue for that? There really wasn't. But I think there's some big wins here, and what staff make this public, and my community does see it. I think there's going to be some good things in here after the secondary plan goes forward, and the meat and potatoes will come out of that. So with that, I just really want to thank staff for their hard work to get it to this point, and I ask you to just support it as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, when you're seated, please. Thank you.
The motion carries 21 to 1.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to our next timed item, I'm just going to, item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Grimes, there's a request to item as amended to be recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, thank you.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. And Mayor Tory, please.
The item as amended carries 21 to 1.
Thank you. Before we go to our next time item, because it's the last day, do we have any quick releases? I'm trying to get as much done as we can. Any quick releases? Councillor Robinson.
Yes, I'm not sure what page it's on, but it's CC 9.12.
That's on page 5.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release that now with the amendments if the clerks can put them on the screen.
Okay, on page 5, CC 9.12.
And I just say thank you to this particular development. This is originally dubbed Alaska. It's been a very challenging development for the neighborhood. Actually, an association was created, was the genesis of really a residents association. But I have to say this developer is very impressive and has really worked with the community and done a lot of outreach. So I just want to thank a good developer.
Okay, thank you. On favor?
I say that very often.
On the amendment, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Do you want to do the next one too?
I'm not ready, Madam. They're still working on, what next one?
55 Erskine Avenue.
No, they're working on a motion. I'm very close.
Okay. Are there any more quick releases? No? Okay, so we'll go to our next timed item, which is on page 2, EX 7.2, street festivals. Questions to staff. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down? Okay, just one sec. I'll give an opportunity for them to sit. Okay? Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to the officer as well as to our Deputy City Manager. Who determines the number of paid duty officers that are required at any particular event or street closure or construction site or film shoot?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the paid duty guidelines are within the Toronto Police Service, and they are based on size of the event, number of attendees, et cetera.
And so it's actually the Toronto Police that establishes that and not necessarily the Highway Traffic Act or perhaps the Occupational Health and Safety Act or the Police Service Act or even the Ontario Traffic Manual book. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to the costs of one paid duty officer, when you hire one, you have to pay for a minimum of at least 3 hours. Who established that as well? The $216 for the first hour?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the rate of pay duty is bargained between the Toronto Police Association and the Toronto Police Services Board.
And that administrative fee of 15% on top of whatever the paid duty bills are, who establishes that fee as well?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is also the Police Services Board.
And the Police Service Board?
Correct.
Yes, okay. And with respect to where can I find these rules if I wanted to, as an event organizer, determine how many police officers do I need? Is it based on the expected attendance? Is it based on how many blocks? Where are these rules?
Through you, Madam Speaker, those rules are internal service governance with the Toronto Police Service, so rules and procedures within the service.
And so as an event organizer, as the film sector, we never really get to see them, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, those rules would be communicated to the event organizer, definitely.
So how would event organizers plan for the cost of paid duty if they don't know what that budget item might be until they submit to you their document?
Through you, Madam Speaker, you are correct, Councillor Wong Tam, that in a lot of cases the event organizer wouldn't know until it is actually submitted.
So then it could be surprising to them when they actually see the bill of what it would cost to bring paid duty officers to their event. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that would be correct.
And have you been hearing from the film sector or perhaps construction companies or event organizers or even organizers that organize BIA events or charity runs that the cost has now become very high and prohibitive?
Through you, Madam Speaker, through my office, we haven't heard concerns.
The BIA office, have you heard that from businesses as well as event organizers that the cost of paid duty officers is prohibiting the successful planning of these events?
I think that's one element of a rising cost, especially the focus on greater security. So the need for more PDOs, the need for barriers, et cetera, has raised the cost. There's always been complaints on the cost of PDOs for as long as I've been here, 10 years.
Are there complaints about street permit costs as well? Or you get complaints about everything?
No, I mean, we don't charge much of a street permit fee, so except lately the transportation has been changing that, so yes. But for the 10 years, no, so.
Okay, so you're getting complaints about the cost of paid duties, but not necessarily just the average cost of hosting an event. With respect to downtown events and non-downtown events, as a downtown councillor, I work with a number of event organizers, organizers of charity runs and what have you. Does the Toronto Police Service evaluate downtown events in the same way they evaluate events in Scarborough? For example, the Taste of a Lawrence, great event, very large, massive real estate footprint. Are we being treated the same?
Through you, Madam Speaker, all of the events that come into the service are evaluated in different ways based on a risk assessment matrix, which takes into consideration logistics about the actual physical footprint, anticipated crowds, based on the event, has there been past criminal activity in the past? Then there's also a very comprehensive intelligence event assessment that also sits on top of that. It also takes into consideration the physicality of the location.
Thank you. Then my last question is, does Toronto event organizers and Toronto street events, are we paying the same way that the City of Kingston would be paying, or the organizers in Kingston, or perhaps the organizers in Ontario, if we are also dealing with provincial regulations?
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I am unaware of the service governance in all the surrounding areas.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, question?
Thank you. One of the things that I've observed with some events, not all events, is, well, two things. First of all, events that were originally run directly by the BIA are now contracted out to an agency or a private firm. Is this something that happens with some frequency now?
I think most BIAs hire somebody on short term to help run the festival, because that's not the normal course of business for them on a daily basis. Sometimes they hire a single person, sometimes they hire a small company, sometimes they'll be more extensive in who they hire and partner with.
So my observation that is becoming more common to move to a firm rather than maybe bringing someone on a contract basis. I've observed that. You haven't observed that?
No, I've observed that too, because some of the festivals are getting very large now.
Right, okay.
So they need that.
Thank you. A second thing, one of the things I've noticed that happens when these private firms get involved, the incentives change, and increasingly they're asking the city for more beer tents for longer hours. Is that something you've observed as well?
I can't comment on that, sorry. I don't know if...
I think that is becoming more common, but it's not. It's more common, but I wouldn't say it's a huge difference.
Okay. And final question. I mean, one of the things that really drives the demand for paid duty is policing those beer tents when they go later into the evening. That's correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
I guess my question is, why do these festivals and events have to use paid duty? Why they can't just simply use security at a much lower rate?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is an issue that's currently being reviewed collaboratively with the Toronto Police Service and many agencies within the City of Toronto. We've put together a steering committee and working group, actually, that met today as well, to really identify how to best provide security measures for all of the events that take place in the City of Toronto.
So do you think the long-term game, it's feasible to make that transition happen? Because first of all, it's tough to secure the number of paid duty that you require for a festival or event, but coupled with that, the price tag is very hefty for these small operations. So is that an aspirational goal, or will this come to fruition?
So through you, Madam Speaker, that is the point of the report, to say that we have formed a very detailed work plan with the Toronto Police Service and all the relevant city divisions to look at the full extent of opportunity we have to ensure public safety concerns are met, at the same time being able to manage them. We do know from the Toronto Police Service, particularly in the last month or so, they are having a difficult time filling the pay duty requests they receive. And over and above those numbers of pay duty officers that the police identify as necessary based on scale and risk, there are many people who just opt to have or ask to have police officers. So every piece of this and how we manage special events, ensuring public safety is not compromised, is forming the work that we are doing collectively.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to move a motion. The clerks can put that on the screen for me. It has been advance circulated. It's printed on the green paper. There's a lot of paper on your desk, councillors, but it was circulated in advance as of yesterday afternoon. Largely what I am asking staff to do, because they are going to be reporting back, I'm very interested in knowing how do we ensure openness and transparency, accountability around the pay duty system. And also, I want to be able to asked the staff, the deputy city manager, to report back on the verification of the roles and the responsibility of the city and what Toronto Police Service here does. And I want to know what legislation is guiding all of this. It's really quite confusing. And I know, officer, you've been here for a couple of days, and I'm sorry that we kept you waiting. But this is a pretty important issue for the local communities that I serve, which are hosting some of the largest, most exciting street festivals and marathon and fundraising events in the city. But they're also cultural festivals and cultural events, and the footprint that they occupy in the core is actually quite expansive. But they're also coming to me and saying it is becoming extremely difficult for them to actually manage their program, deliver the content to ensure the user and the client and the visitor experience, if so much of their budget is now ballooning out to pay for pay duty, which means less money is going for branding, less money is going for curatorial of experiences, animation of streets, and programming. So we are just so curious and confused on why it is that it just seems like downtown events are being asked to pay a lot more than anyone else. Now, for those councillors who are organizing events and supporting local events outside the downtown core, you may hear that from your event organizers that they are also feeling that the cost is very, very high. I'm hearing this from BIAs, not necessarily within my community. I'm hearing from BIAs all the way to Ossington, all the way over to the Danforth East Side, that it's pretty expensive. But I think more importantly, we just want clarity. We want to know how this is being set up. And we also want to know how do we ensure there's a fair and equitable treatment. I want downtown Toronto to be treated as fairly as everyone else across the city, especially when it comes to event promotion. So much of the cultural economic activity happens in the core of the city, but we know that that success is oftentimes replicated into other pockets. So we don't want something that's happening downtown to also seep into other neighborhoods when they have not seen the same type of policing costs. I also want to make sure that aside from accountability and transparency and some regular moderation in terms of understanding how the system works, I also want to make sure that we're being treated fairly across Ontario. Because in the report, there's all sorts of reference to to provincial regulations, and I've been told individually by various officers over the years, oh, this is the Highway Traffic Act. So therefore, you need to have a police officer for closing the street, and this needs to be done this way and that way. And yet, I drive through other cities, and at their construction sites, I don't see anybody guarding their construction site. And we've all gone for a country drive and probably run up against another construction site, and I never see a police officer there. But somehow we have set up a system where we have to have paid duty officers everywhere. The other challenge that I see, Madam Speaker, is that paid duty officers, assignments are not necessarily being filled. And this is a big challenge. What do you do when you're the event organizer and you're told you need 30 paid duty officers? So you make the request for 30, even if you have pockets deep enough to pay for the 30 over an 8-hour festival, and they tell you you're not going to get 30 because you can only get 8. Does that mean that you then need to scramble and get 20 private security guards? And do they have the same right to conduct traffic? And all of that is very confusing. So we want to be treated exactly the same as much as possible with any other jurisdiction. But I also think it's important that when paid duty assignments are not fulfilled, you're taking on-duty officers away from their task of keeping communities safe to go manage an event or a protest or a parade, whatever. Wherever we go with this report, I am grateful that we're actually having this conversation. This is probably the most detailed, it's not detailed enough, but this is probably the most detailed report we have seen so far around this topic. And I know that there is now an interdivisional staff team that's working on this matter, along with TPS and the leadership here, that is going to come back to us before the end of the year to give us greater transparency and accountability. And for that, I am grateful. I'm hoping that my motion can help do that work, and maybe we would have more information the next time around, and I'll be looking forward to working with you to resolve this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I do appreciate what Councillor Bailao and Councillor Wong Tam are attempting to do here, but no joke, there is a problem where in some of these festivals, what has happened is the BIA used to hire a couple people to put it on. It was a great celebration in the neighborhood. Then eventually it became someone's business. And that person now puts the thing on. They're trying to get a return that they can live off for a whole year. And the only way that they can do that is by expanding the number of beer tents and expanding these events later and later into the evening. While having a bunch of 20-somethings sitting on in a beer tent at midnight on one of our main streets does two things. First of all, it makes it stop being a community festival, and secondly, it drives up the paid duty cost. So I hope when we're doing this review, we don't inadvertently create market conditions where we make that the preferred way that it happens. Frankly, if you want to run a business serving beer on a Toronto street, we shouldn't be subsidizing you by providing security for you. It should be private security, or frankly, we should just cut your hours back. So I hope in the review, I'm not going to bother with a motion, that we're mindful of these possible different outcomes. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? No. Okay. If we can put the motion on the screen. The motion is on the screen. Huh? Yes, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, when you're seated, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, item as amended, on favor? Recorded vote. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Matlow, please, and thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Min Wong, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, our next item is on page 2, the bottom of the page. Which one? Oh. This is on page 5, CC 9.11. Councillor Fletcher.
You can see the motion to adopt the confidential instructions from staff that were provided to me by City Planning. This is for an LPAT hearing, and it's time sensitive.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Our next item is on page 2, EC 5.16. Downtown East 2023 5-year action plan. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
No, just to speak.
Okay, does anybody have any questions to staff? It's on EC 6.16. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to speak to this particular item because although it directly impacts the neighborhoods I serve, and I won't be moving a motion, but rather because it was already dealt with at the committee. But I did want to sort of highlight the importance of this work and the historic moment that we have about bringing an action plan that is going to be wraparound and holistic to the downtown east. We have 3 of the 10 core census tracts in the city are within the downtown east. We are struggling with a whole host of social challenges with respect to the lack of mental health supports for those who really need it, the most vulnerable, as well as the lack of affordable housing, including the fact that we have almost 1,600 shelter beds just in this neighborhood, and we're actually opening more facilities to house those who are homeless, who are street involved, who are precariously housed. We're also struggling with the opiate crisis, which Councillor Cressy has been so excellent in leading the charge at the city. And this is all, of course, representing the downtown of Toronto. This is the nitty-gritty part of the city that you would be directing people to if they want to visit downtown. The Eaton Centre is here. Ryerson University, with its expansive campus and commuter culture, is here. We have over 7,000 students of U of T students who call the downtown east home, and so forth. But we are struggling, Madam Speaker, and I've been told that people seem to think that these are downtown problems. But one thing that we have learned is that the challenges that we have in the downtown east are not exclusive to the downtown east. And I know that the mayor has been working really hard through the leadership table around Yonge and Dundas to make sure that the business community there has some of the supports that they need. But for the very first time, Madam Speaker, this approach is being developed for a very large piece of the downtown. And we cannot do it alone. I know the city manager and the senior staff team are at the table with the mayor, which is very, very important. The problems that are currently in the downtown east are not going to be confined to the downtown east. We know this for certain, whether it's people who are being discharged from hospitals without being discharged into adequate care, no individual family members to pick them up. They're literally being discharged onto the streets, or worse, back into the shelters where they're not safe. This 5-year action plan is being built upon the leadership that Council took after they immediately put out a 12-month action plan to try to address some of the challenges. But those 3 crises that I've identified, the lack of mental health supports, the opiate and the housing crisis, has come to roost. When these problems leak into other neighborhoods, you're going to be pleased that this downtown action plan existed, because everything that we will hopefully learned and to be able to respond to in a quick triage way, we would like to be able to escalate and scale up and bring into other neighborhoods. And I know that I'm seeing the social challenges in pockets of Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke. So I want to thank our staff for working so hard and diligently with these communities. I want to thank Emily Martin and Adoranke Akande in particular, and Chris Berlinger and his team for really working hard to try to bring us additional supports and services. If we don't get in front of the problems that we have in the downtown, especially the things that you are seeing manifest on the streets, I can assure you that if we don't do this work, and this is important work, we will literally create a barrier and a wall around the downtown east, very similar to what I believe is a mental barrier and a wall that has been put up around the downtown east in Vancouver, where that's just where things go, things that we don't want to see. And I don't think that's the kind of city that we want to build, and I'm pretty confident that you don't want to give up on these neighborhoods. The core of this plan speaks to improving a few things, and the objectives that we are trying to strive for include building safe and inclusive communities for everyone, building cross-sectorial trust and collaboration. Lots of services downtown East not necessarily working and communicating together. That has dramatically changed over the past year. We have to provide stability for those who are most marginalized, because it is actually not just the right thing to do. Not only is the right human approach, it's actually good business sense. It's costing us much more as people fall through the cracks and families and communities fractured and fall. And then, of course, most importantly, the thing I talked about earlier is that we have to build a model of success that can be scaled up and exported to other communities when it's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On the item, on favor? Carried. Recorded vote, I didn't hear you, sorry. You want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Perks, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 21 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, our next item. Okay, our next item is on page 3, GL 6.16. Councillor Grimes, you held the item down. Councillor Fletcher was going to release it, and you held it down. Where's Councillor Grimes? Is Councillor Grimes around? No? Okay, did you have a motion, Councillor Fletcher?
No, I'm just moving the staff report, because I tried earlier.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher on page 3, GL 6.16 is was just moving the
You're
report.
moving the staff report recommendations. Thanks.
Okay, on favor? Carry. Okay, Councillor Bylaw?
Yes, Madam Speaker, if I could release item PH 7.4 on page 4, a new approvals framework. Councillor Fletcher has to leave, and I know that you would like to move the supplementary.
Okay, it's not a quick item. All right, let's continue on with the agenda. So we are now on page 3, GL 6.19, community space. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
No, my questions have been answered, Madam Speaker, but I do have a motion.
Okay, well, hold on. I got to ask if anybody else has questions. Please put your name up. This is on the lease agreement for 1650 Finch Avenue East. Is that Councillor Perks's ward? I mean, Councillor Perruzza?
Councillor Carroll.
Oh, the lease is in your ward. Okay, no questions? Okay, to speak, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the interest of time, I would just simply place my motion onto the floor and ask members for their support. And if you want me to elaborate, I can, but I think it's self-explanatory.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? The amendment's on the screen. Okay. Councillor Karygiannis.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if the councillor can explain what she says ahead of any foreign government influence. What is she referring to?
Yes, Madam Speaker, There have been reports within the Chinese Canadian community that the Communist Party and the Central Party of China has been influencing certain organizations in Toronto, positioning foreign government interests in local affairs and civil society. I just want to make sure that this organization that's going to be receiving below market rents is going to be putting the welfare and the well-being of Torontonians ahead of any foreign government influence, and by also adhering to the city's anti-discrimination policy.
Do you have any suggestions that this organization is anyways tied to the foreign government?
There have been reports in the Globe and Mail. I'm not suggesting that we don't lease it to them. I'm suggesting that we proceed with the lease. I'm only suggesting that in our due diligence as council, prior to giving any organization any benefits, any city assets, we should, at the very least, make sure that they follow the city's rule. And in my conversations with staff, they are also very satisfied with the motion. They reviewed it with me, and I think that they said that this is part of the work that they would do anyways, but considering there was some public media about this, I just wanted to highlight so that this organization knows that we are watching and that we are.
This organization is?
This is the Toronto Community and Cultural Center. They're an organization that predominantly serves the Mandarin-speaking mainland community.
You're talking about NCCC or TCC?
TCCC, although they are very closely aligned with NCCC.
And they supposedly have.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not
All right,
saying anything.
thank you.
I can circulate the Globe and Mail report if you want.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay,
We have the amendment on the screen. All in favor? Recorded vote. I'll call it out. The recorded vote has been asked. No, I know, but okay, Councillor Grimes, we released the item that you had held down. Okay, no, but hold on, there is a technical problem here, so we might have to do it manually. There, can I ask the clerk, is it going to take a few minutes to? Okay, so Councillor Carroll will speak then. Councillor Carroll?
Madam Speaker, this is unusual, but I feel like I should speak because of the questions raised. And I would certainly love for this to be unanimous so as not to cast any aspersion on this organization. This is an organization that already receives a community development grant of in the neighborhood of $20,000 a year from the City of Toronto to do job placement work, to do settlement work. And in order to receive those, you do have to be fully compliant with our human rights and anti-harassment policies, and so of course they already are. And so they have no problem with this amendment or keeping this commitment. So a unanimous vote would make them look all the more committed to that commitment they made with staff.
Yes, Councillor Wong Tam?
It is, okay. I was going to say, why don't we just vote on verbally? But if we're ready, let's vote then.
Well, I'm waiting for the staff, Councillor Wong Tam.
Okay. Madam Speaker, since the panel's not working, we'll call the recorded vote verbally. So I'm going to start on this side. All members in favor of the motion? No, yeah, okay, stand. That'll be easier for me.
Stand.
Councillor Holliday? This is all members voting yes, all in favor. Councillor Bradford, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Karagianis, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Lai, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Layton, Mayor Tory, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Grimes, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Perks, Councillor Minnan Wong, Councillor Robinson.
You
Any
forgot me.
And Speaker Nunziata. Are there any opposed? Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so that was on the amendment. Item as amended, on favor, carried. All right. Our next item is on page 4, PH 7.4, a new approval framework for Toronto Community Housing. Councillor Bailao held the item down. Do we have questions? Councillor Bailao, do you have questions? Who said they had an issue with this?
We have quick motions, that's
No,
it.
but I think Councillor Perruzza, didn't you say you had questions? Did you not say you had an issue with PH 7.4? Oh, you have a motion, okay. Okay, who's got motions? Put your name, please, up on the screen so I know. Councillor Perks?
Yes, Speaker. I move that City Council direct the Deputy City Manager, Community and Social Services to report to the October 15, 2019 meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee on how Toronto Community Housing staff will ensure that the revitalizations include consultations with affected tenants and produce social development plans. In a couple of words, we're transferring the responsibility for doing the revites in part over to the City of Toronto, and it says in the report that it becomes the responsibility of city staff to make sure that city building goals are met. At present, when there's a revitalization, TCHC staff work with the affected tenants to come up with this social development plan. That's how we currently ensure that city building goals are met. I just want to make sure that as the public service here takes a responsibility, that we are still committed to having the tenants who actually live there and are affected being able to participate in developing what those broader public policy and social development goals are. I don't want to be prescriptive about it. I'm just asking staff to put pen to paper and tell us in a few months about how we can be both and instead of either or. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have a motion? No, I was, Councillor Perks, did you have a motion? Oh, you moved it, okay, sorry. Councillor Perruzza?
I do, Speaker, and the motion's on the screen before you. And it basically says this. It just looks at one element of the report and looks at the Fir Grove Grassways revitalization. And given that and I'm going to talk briefly about this particular project, and what the motion would allow to happen is the application to continue to move forward while undergoing the review. That's not to say that it shouldn't undergo the review. It can and it should. However, Fir Grove, unlike many of the other sites and many other projects outlined in the report, is a unique case, Speaker. As you know, it started off being just a fixer-upper project because they were just going to repair the units, and then when they discovered they went into the units, They were like, the walls were crumbling because they had been cladded with materials that allowed decay. Then they closed a portion of them, some 100 or so units. And as they discovered, as they went through the project, they discovered that, you know what, all of this stuff is all going to fall down. It's unsafe. It's uninhabitable. So we need to rebuild it. And so TCH, began the process of developing a plan to rebuild as a one-off project by themselves, but developing plans both with the community and with city planning. They've come up with a plan that they were ready to submit to the city and have it go through the rezoning exercise, as all plans do. They were ready to do that. However, this process here, at the very least, basically sets that process back another 6, 7, 8 months, even with a very, very ambitious schedule that our Housing Secretariat has undertaken for review. Having said all that, Speaker, because a number of the homes are now empty, and there's only there's a group of tenants remaining in some of the housing. The housing has been taken over by rodents, rats. And it's causing, not just rats, but all kinds of stuff. And it's causing some very, very difficult situation for the tenants who have been left behind. I was there last week at a meeting with them, and I've never seen that many tenants in a room at Fir Grove. And where kids, they had kids, they were sick. They're in a very, very unhospitable environment. So that needs, the Toronto Community Housing Plans need to continue to march along. Now, Speaker, if there is anything that comes out of the review by way of, add-ons or changes or density levels or any of those kinds of things, although the density levels from their first march into this exercise have doubled, but maybe that'll change again. That can happen later on. Let them file the plan. Let city planning start the process of consultation and review. And then when the Housing Secretariat has looked at it and have any suggestions, those suggestions can be factored into the plans and the application later on as it's marching along. So all this motion seeks to do is to say, you know what, this is a unique kind of project. It was in the mix and in a unique sort of way. Let it continue along. Don't deflect it into another process for another 6 or 8 months before you allow them to submit their plans. By the way, their plans still have to go to the board. They're in the final stages. They were presented to the community by Toronto Community Housing some weeks back. Maybe it was about a month ago now. And it just says, let it continuing along. And I'm hoping that people will support this because at Fir Grove there, you currently have a situation that the tenants who are still living there, who have been left behind, are dealing with some very, very difficult circumstances. So please let the rebuild, the revitalization continue to march along, and we can accommodate any suggestions or changes as those might come forward. Although I have to tell you, Toronto Community Housing has done a very, very extensive review here, along with city planning. These would be essentially all of the same people that would be in the room at the same time.
I forgot to put your time on,
Oh,
but you're up.
pardon?
Your time's up.
Oh my God, I'm still at 0. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let me start all over, Speaker.
No, thank you. You're fine. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I'm going to have to go shortly after this and trust that you're going to support.
Call the question.
Thank you. The supplemental report, which I'm moving here today. That's not the one. It's a supplemental and then another one. There it is there. Thank you very much. And then there's a second one about having our AOC, which is across the street, more involved. This is a very comprehensive motion based on a number of times this has been in front of the Planning and Housing Committee, where this project started off with what it has become kind of the traditional model of replacing the rent geared to income and having market condos on the other part of the lands. And this actually, I think, meets the city building goals that were outlined by the Auditor General, which is that we have to try to include affordable housing and affordable rental on these lands that TCHC has, because they're all we really have. After that, we don't have a lot of lands. And there had been no new affordable. I'm so happy and I'm very thankful to our Housing Secretariat, our developer at Context, Toronto Community Housing, our Deputy City Manager, for having worked so hard to achieve 100 new affordable houses, 100 new affordable rental on here, plus a rental component, not just market condos, market rental, which I think is something we're all trying to achieve, because not everybody is going to be a homeowner. We need rental on this particular site. So I hope you'll support this. There was a lot of tremendously hard work that went into this, getting to this model, and it still has to go through all of the planning exercises, but I think it's very exciting and it's very worthy of support. If we could vote and have a, if we didn't have to stand up and do everything, I'd suggest a recorded vote, but just getting it through here would be great. I'm sorry it's so late in the day, but congratulations to everybody who worked on this, and I'd like to thank the chair for all of her support during this time as well. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. Councillor, the machine is fixed now, so we can have a recorded vote. Huh? Oh, okay. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'll keep my remarks relatively brief. I'd like to echo the comments that Councillor Fletcher just made in thanking our TCHC staff, some of whom are here today, Chair of the Housing Committee, Councillor Bailão, as well as staff from the Housing Secretariat, and Councillor Fletcher, who's also on the TCH board. There's no question, as it relates to revitalizations, but land in general, that in this city, with the many challenges that are in front of us, land is one of our most valuable assets. And so when we consider TCHC land, we need to consider it from the perspective of how do we utilize that asset to achieve many objectives. One is to repair the housing, a second is to increase the net amount of affordable housing, but also to consider other city building objectives. And I think some of the recommendations here allow us to do that effectively. But, and I spoke about this the other day, fundamentally, and I can tell you this from having been part of the Alexandra Park revitalization for a number of years, revitalizations are about much more than land. If that is the sole criteria for success in terms of repairing buildings and increasing affordable housing, we will fail. Fundamentally, revitalizations are about people. They're about people who live there. They may not own these houses, but these tenants, they have a right to have a say over the revitalization of their communities, and we require that social license to do so. But it's about them. It's about accessing new jobs. It's about mentorship opportunities. It's about social infrastructure to build a complete neighborhood, and it's about a mixed income community. And so it's with that in mind that I would urge councillors to support the amendment from Councillor Perks. Because while we need to think creatively about utilizing land as a key asset towards city building, if we don't put people at the forefront of those objectives, the actual objective of revitalizations, the social development plans, and the opportunities that they unlock for the people who live there will be missed. And so with that, again, I want to thank TCHC staff who are here, Councillors Bailão and Fletcher, and our development partners on a number of these revitalizations, because this is a true partnership. Thank you.
Motion 1 by Councillor Perks. On favor? Oh, Councillor Bailão.
Thank you.
You didn't have your name up there, Councillor.
I held it. I didn't. I held the item.
Yeah, but you got up and released it, didn't you?
No.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So I have two motions. One motion is because of Councillor Fletcher moving a supplementary report, it becomes redundant. And then the second one is to create a Toronto Community Benefits Agreement around the Don Somerville. And I want to bring your attention to specifically the Don Somerville deal that is in front of us, because I think that is the result, even though that there was some growing pains, and thank you to TCHC, and thank you in particular to our partner Context, because he got caught in the middle of this transition, that it was from one way of developing the land at TCHC to a different way, a way that we're going to be looking more at a city with a citywide lens. But this citywide lens and this new way of dealing with some of the land at TCHC actually translated an extremely different and I think great development that we're all going to be very proud. I think Context will be very proud, TCHC and the city, and I think it's a new way to move forward. We not only will be replacing the 120 RGI units, creating 100 more affordable housing units, but we're completely integrating it. So instead of having one full building with 120 RGI units, we're actually integrated with some of the affordable housing units, which is exactly another recommendation that we had from the Art Eglinton Task Force, which is actually to diversify, to not have the 90% of RGI units like we have in many of the TCHC buildings. So we are replacing it on the site, but we are actually having a few of the RGI units across the buildings. We are having a few affordable housing units across the building, and TCHC will be managing a building that will have RGI units and affordable housing units. And to think about the tenants, to think about the community benefits, there's still a $1.5 million that will be invested in that community that will be secured through community benefits agreement. So I think it's important to see this moving forward. This is a new way of develop our lands. And once again, congratulations to the local councillor. This was Councillor Fletcher. She worked really hard. And we're looking forward to a new way of looking at the land. And once again, I can't thank enough the Housing Secretariat, Planning, Creatio, and especially TCHC and Context for working over these last few months over the bumps. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion, motion number 1 by Councillor Perks, all in favor? Carried. Motion 2 by Councillor Perruzza, all in favor? Carried. Motion 3A by Councillor Fletcher, all in favor? Carried. Item as amended, do we want a recorded vote? At 3B, motion 3B by Councillor Fletcher, we just got it. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended, recorded vote. 3B was just circulated. Where is her motions? Okay, can you display Councillor Bailau's motion? Okay, it's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended, recorded vote. Okay, 4B. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended, recorded vote.
Mayor Tory, your vote, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay. Councillor Holyday?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If it pleases you and the council, I have a quick release to help get this agenda moving along. CC 9.9, which is 240 Markland Drive, is a development matter. I have an amendment, which I think is now ready.
Does the staff have it? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, it's on the screen, the amendment.
Thank you.
That's on CC 9.9 on page 5. All in favor on the amendment? Carried. Was that the item? Okay, that's the item. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Grimes?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, while we're doing quick recess, at the top of the page 5, CC 9.1, report regarding the contact of former Councillor Justin Duchano. I can release that.
Okay, here you go.
Okay, on the top of page 5, CC 9.1 is being released. All in favor? She's not here. On favor, carried. Page 4, PH 7.9, Emergency Management and Vital Service, Councillor Wong Tam. Do you have questions? Does anybody have any questions? Okay, just so members of council know where we're at. Page 4, Emergency Management Vital Service Disruption, PH 7.9. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so to speak, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise to number one, highlight this particular report. We in our communities will at some point in time invariably face some type of massive disruption to service, especially for high-rise buildings. We know this, that many of the high-rise buildings are aging and accelerated aging, which means that those life safety systems will fail from time to time. In the neighborhood of St. Jamestown, we've actually seen too many of those life safety systems fail in those high-rise buildings, and I anticipate that there'll probably be more failures ahead of us, just simply because of the quality of construction and, more importantly, the lack of maintenance and care that the property owners have put into their buildings. The report, Madam Speaker, is important because for the very first time, we will be asking property owners who have more than 3 stories of real estate and more than 10 units to develop a vital service disruption plan. That means that we're actually asking the property owners and these landlords to actually take better care of their tenants when their homes become uninhabitable. And Madam Speaker, it's absolutely critical because over the last year, I have learned that the City of Toronto has been trying to fill that gap of service when a property owner is not able to step up and take care of the residents that they collect their monthly rents from in a dutiable fashion, which means that we have borne millions of dollars of costs to try to make sure that these tenants are provided for. And in particular, this report is coming out of an incident that happened at 260 Wellesley Street East in the dead of winter, where almost 1,500 residents that could have been displaced because they had no power, which means that they had no heat, no ability to cook, they couldn't get in and out of their elevators, they had no lights for almost 5 days. There was nothing but chaos. And it's almost like we learned absolutely nothing from 650 Parliament, which only happened, as we all know, several months earlier. You figured by that point in time, this particular property owner would have been able to stand back and assess the fact that they could do better in a case of emergency in taking care of their tenants. My experience, and I'm perhaps the mayor can speak to it as well, but quite honestly, they were just woefully unprepared once again to respond to an emergency, which meant that the City of Toronto and the resources that we have on behalf of the taxpayers had to swoop in and rescue them one more time. This report is very important because we are going to be amending that rent safe particular piece of legislation, and every property owner moving forward will have to develop their own vital service disruption plan. It means that if it's not if it doesn't meet the minimum requirement and the minimum standards set out by our staff, they will be fined. There will be an actual offense. And this is pretty important because when it happens to communities, and it will invariably happen to communities that you represent, you can look back on this particular report knowing that this particular moment in time, staff stepped forward, they worked between the Toronto Fire Service, who I know were just working their little tushes off to making sure that everyone was safe. And they worked hand in hand with our good people at the Office of Emergency Management. And we have actually reflected on how do we improve the processes and communication of the city's response. And so we've done our work, and this report is now finally going to get the property owners to do their work. And it's not a suggestion, it's a requirement. If you don't do this work, if you don't provide a service disruption plan, you will be in trouble. And that's a critical piece, which I think is very, very important, that it's not just about we're asking you very nicely to do it. We're actually telling you, part of the licensing program, it has to be done and it has to be in place. And I pray that should it ever happen again, to St. Jamestown or any one of the other communities in the neighborhoods in Toronto, next time round, the property owner will be ready and the city will be better equipped. And thank you very much, and to all the staff who worked on these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. You did not move a motion,
No, Madam
correct?
Speaker.
Yes.
That's right.
So what is before us are the recommendations. I don't think we need a recorded vote. I don't see a recorded vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So, councillors, because Madam Speaker has stepped out for a minute, she has suggested the next two items are the tree items, EY 7.12 and NY 7.36. She has suggested, since obviously I will end up speaking on those items, that we go to the next item on page 5, top of page 5, CC 9.6, which was held by Councillor Fillion, and then we can return to the tree items hopefully before the end of the evening when Speaker Nunziata is back in the room. So on 9.6, council direction regarding payment of legal fees related to a code of conduct investigation. Are there questions of staff before Councillor Fillion speaks to it? Questions of staff on legal fees? Seeing none, Councillor Fillion, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you.
Oops, sorry. There you are.
So I have a motion that council direct that no further legal costs be covered for the former councillor related to this matter. That's option C that's before us. So I just, for the benefit of members of council who perhaps didn't have the time to read the Integrity Commissioner's 68-page report last meeting, I recommend it to those who are short of summer reading, but otherwise I'll just try to condense a little bit that is pertinent to what to this item here, which is what we're being asked to do. And what we are essentially being asked to do is to fund the additional amount beyond $20,000 that Councillor Mammoliti would like to be reimbursed for, essentially for efforts he made to thwart the Integrity Commissioner's inquiry. And I'm, not of the view that we should be spending taxpayers' money to reward that kind of behavior. So just to try to summarize, using not my words, but the Integrity Commissioner's, under the section of her report last month headed, the gourd, please, Councillor Mammoliti's participation in the inquiry. From February to May 2018, Councillor Mammoliti continued to assert that I was acting outside my jurisdiction, that I had no authority to summons him. I provided him with written questions which he failed to answer. Over time, Councillor Mammoliti's objection to my jurisdiction expanded and changed. He has made complaints about my carriage of this file to City Council, Ombudsman Ontario 2 times, and Ombudsman Toronto. Then she talks about finally, after many efforts to get him to participate in the inquiry, issuing him a summons in December 2018. In response, his counsel made new arguments about why I lacked jurisdiction and refused to acknowledge receipt of the summons. Councillor Mammoliti failed to attend on the date I appointed for the summons. Then she goes on, one reason Councillor Mammoliti gave for refusing to participate in the interview was a lack of legal counsel. It later emerged that he was still retained the same legal counsel he had retained throughout, but only for the purpose of making complaints about me to other agencies, and not, he claimed, for the purpose of responding to the summons and attending the interview. In the end, Councillor Mammoliti did not participate in any way in the inquiry, which he also didn't in the Tories' inquiry, and she concludes it is unsatisfactory that Councillor Mammoliti has refused to provide evidence in this inquiry. I suspect that those many people who did will find it surprising, unfair, and unjust. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday. to
Thank you,
speak.
Madam Speaker. I wanted to move two motions. The first is one I've submitted to the clerks requesting a future report back from the clerk. We can get that on the screen. The first is, thank you. So the two parts to this is, can we get a report back on whether or not $20,000 is an appropriate limit? And the second is, can we get a mechanism in place so that situations like this, there's maybe an opportunity to pre-approve the fees? And I wanted to move motion B out of the report. Yeah, so hopefully I didn't have to put that in writing to you first, but option B is to pay the fees up to $25,000 and then no more.
Option B. Option B, okay.
So hopefully we can get a chance to see, if there's any questions about that motion, let me know. I'll just explain a little bit of my rationale. Obviously, the first one I introduced is there's a bit of a policy on a $20,000 threshold. I don't know if that is still relevant since it was last set. I don't know what legal fees are like today. What we have before us is a bill from a member of council for just over $25,000 relating to a code of conduct investigation.
That still has the part there.
I think most members of council would appreciate the importance of having support in dealing with legal matters. $25,000 is a fair amount of money, even in comparison to a councillor's salary. And I think that if we can cut that mic over there, it'd be great. If councillors go through their day and through their jobs having to worry about being brought through a court process and what that was going to mean personally and financially, I think it would change the way we approach our jobs, and perhaps not for the best. Perhaps we will be overly cautious in things that we do without feeling like we've got that level of coverage. I don't disagree there shouldn't be some limit on things, but we should have that chance to come to council and ask for more money if we need it. In this particular case, I appreciate the comments by Councillor Fillion. What I'm trying to do is look at the policy of this and just remove the name of the individual and realize that we've had a circumstance where somebody has gone through a code of conduct situation, had to hire counsel, and came back with a bill just over the limit. The question is, do we pay that? Do we cover their fees? We know that the code of conduct didn't result in financial penalties. We know that the code of conduct didn't prescribe anything else. And my fear is enacting a policy such as this, it becomes a roundabout way of exacting a financial penalty. And I'm not sure that that was the will of council when we dealt with that code of conduct matter, and I'm not sure if it should be the will of council right now. And so I respect there's a lot of viewpoints on this and there's a lot of passion about it, but I'm just trying to take a purist policy point of view that should this have happened to any of us in this chamber, I think the expectation is that we'd have some assistance with our fees. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there's a question on there from Councillor Fillion.
There is a question. Councillor Fillion?
Councillor Holliday, from a policy point of view, are you aware of any reason why Councillor Mammoliti would have needed to hire a lawyer?
Yeah, I can't debate the merits of it through this question, other than I've just moved option B out of the clerk's report.
And
if you
you're
wanted
aware-
to question the first motion I have, by all means.
And you're aware that he used the lawyer and as a result, indirectly, the legal fees to not participate.
I'm aware
in
of
the
what
inquiry.
the report says before me from the clerk, is that we've received an orderly request to pay those fees, and I am aware of the circumstances of the unfolding of that particular report, as I was a member of council when that was discussed. But as I said in my speaking, I'm trying to detach the particulars of the circumstance from the general policy issue that we're having before us today.
So do you think, as a policy matter, that a member of council who refuses to participate in an inquiry should have their fees covered to hire a lawyer to assist them in not participating?
So I'll take that on, even though we're debating. I think that that needs to be dealt with in the Integrity Commissioner's report and the discussion of the circumstance,
Councillor Filion, clarification of the
and
motion,
not to
please.
use this as a penalty.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, you have a question? Okay, just one sec.
I can
Okay.
see the review motion on the,
Absolutely.
I'm clear on the options, but your
The first motion, yep.
request the city clerk to report us. Yes, I need some clarification here. You're aware that some of the description around what is under the purview of the councillor as an individual and what advice staff can give us kind of constrains the city clerk and indeed even the city solicitor in that the appropriateness of a legal fee, they can tell us sort of market studies and such, but do you want to call a lawyer the minute the Integrity Commissioner tells you that she's going to investigate something, or do you want to call them once she's delivered that investigation? That, under the Act, is really up to us, and they cannot advise us. You're clear
So
on that part of the appropriateness?
I think the latter part about what a councillor does and doesn't do has nothing to do with the motion. All it asks is to evaluate whether or not $20,000, which is a number in the policy, is still relevant. I don't know when the last time that was revisited. I don't know if lawyers' fees have gone up since then. I hear 2007 in the room, so you know, if it's been a really long time since we considered $20,000, the earnest question is today, is that still relevant
So-
as the right threshold? I don't know.
So maybe I can ask my question a different way. Are you aware that in saying is it appropriate, is the amount appropriate, you're asking them to decide what's an appropriate number of hours, when should you call a lawyer? They're asking you to, you're asking the clerk, and I suppose you would have to confer with the solicitor, to decide the appropriateness of how you end up running up a bill to $25,000.
So that's certainly not the intent to try to figure out, you know, what a counselor should be doing and how they should address a lawyer. If you have other wordage, you know, I'm happy to take the suggestion, but I want to understand is whether or not $20,000 is the right number in 2019, as it has been since 2007.
I've tried it two ways. I don't think I'm getting quite through what I'm trying to clarify.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. Okay, are there any further speakers? Okay, Mayor Tory?
I think she's going to go.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought there was no one else. She just asked if there were any others. No, it's no problem.
Okay, I'm sorry, your name wasn't there, Councillor Carroll. So Councillor Carroll to speak?
Okay, okay.
Councillor Carroll to speak?
It's up to the speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I actually am going to vote in favor of the option B amount. We did make a decision, a policy decision, that we were going to have a limit, and this bill comes close to it, and in option B says, and we're done. And so it seems the most fair option of the three. But Madam Speaker, I am not going to be able to vote for the one that asks the clerk to determine what is the appropriateness of these legal bills. They've done the market piece, but as soon as we get into appropriateness, we get into the fundamental, which is, do you trust the Integrity Commissioner or not? Do you embrace the role of having an Integrity Commissioner? Do you believe that they are independent? They are independent people. They report directly to council because they do not report to any staff member. They come straight to us as an attorney and they give us an investigation. And I suppose if an investigation came back about you, at that point you might want to retain an attorney. That's how I would approach it. I don't think it's fair to ask the clerk or the city solicitor in deciding appropriateness to tell me whether or not I should have called that lawyer earlier or not. That's up to me. And it's unfair to put them in the position of saying, it would be appropriate to call them the minute you know and just rack up that bill to 20 grand. I don't know that that's really a fair decision to ask of them, so it's not a report I want to move asking them to write. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, Madam Speaker, I sometimes ask myself why I get into these things at all. You could just sit here and say nothing. But I really feel that anybody in this room, without exception, if they were the subject of an inquiry by the Integrity Commissioner, first of all would hire a lawyer. In fact, I would think they'd be irresponsible not to. And secondly, I would say that especially in this case, and I'm not going to wade into the particulars, but we'll all remember, because we spent lots of time in here discussing it, that there were some very serious suggestions made about conduct on all sides, let's put it that way, and that would have said for sure, that would have sealed the deal for me, and it won't happen with respect to me, I promise you, but it would have sealed the deal for me that you'd hire a lawyer to make sure that you had the right advice to deal with what is a very serious matter in terms of your reputation and your career, and it's just a very serious matter. I view all Integrity Commissioner matters as being very serious. And so I'm standing simply to say that the option of saying we should pay nothing, especially in light of the way I read this report, and perhaps I read it incorrectly. It wasn't a report that had any kind of a ringing endorsement for anybody, but it did say, I believe, that on the technical aspects of the law, there was no violation of the law. And so I think had there been a different finding, we'd probably be having a different discussion, even though the person in question happens not to be here anymore. But I just think that, you know, if you want to speak about acting on principle, if we're being totally honest with one another about this, there wouldn't be a person in this room who would be well advised, if they got advice, or well advised if they're advising themselves not to get a lawyer when you have a serious Integrity Commissioner investigation going on. And there wouldn't be a person in this room who, if they are found technically or otherwise not to have violated any rules, that's the finding, I believe, of the report, with some other commentary that goes with it, that wouldn't say, under what I believe is the policy, that I am asking to be reimbursed to the maximum number. I think the number probably should be revisited, just because I hate to say this, even though I am a lawyer and I practiced law for quite a few years, I think these numbers are kind of getting out of hand in terms of what legal fees are. But having said all that, the notion of actually having a review of that is probably fair as well, because again, if anybody in this room, you know, had required a lawyer, and I can't really comment, I read the stuff and I know what Councillor Carroll is talking about in terms of all the time that seems to have been spent deciding should I go or should I not go to a meeting. But I just think, you know, I wish we could just look at these things without sort of getting personality and politics into it, and look at it as a matter of principle and say, what would happen if I was in this position, all 26 of us? What would we do? And we would hire a lawyer, and we would hope, if the result was as this one, that we would be repaid, if we asked to be, the amount of the legal fees in question, because that's what the policy says. So that's how I will vote on this matter, and that's why. And I just think that it's a really important part. I mean, it is so easy, frankly, for people to make complaints that end up finding their way to the Integrity Commissioner, and that's fine too. That's the way the system works, and then she is there to make her determination. But there can be lots of instances in which those things can be alleged, and then a finding can be as it is here, and whatever we think of the person or the story as we know it, the report says what it says. So that's why I'll be voting the way I will, and I just wanted to share that, because I think it's just important for all of us, you know, today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Fillion.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure, because you said something that I'm wondering if you misunderstand the motion. So it is not saying that there be no legal fees paid, just that there be no further legal fees paid. So there would still be the 20,000 that would be reimbursed in accordance with the city's policy, just not the 25,000 extra that's being requested.
I'm comfortable that we're going to pay the maximum that presently exists, and I would have thought we should be having the kind of consideration we're having here of if, when there's a modest overage like this, that we should take a look at it. But more importantly, going forward, the rules are as they are today, so we should follow the rules today, but have a look at them as to whether we think that number.
I just want to be clear that the rules today are for $20,000, not for
Yes.
$45,000.
Although it's always, I think, been the case here. 'Cause I
45.
think- Pardon me?
He wants 45.
25.
No, he wants 25 more.
Hey, just a sec, just a sec.
Not in favor of that.
Point of order, Councillor.
No, that's what,
Okay,
Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
okay, just a sec. Point of order, Councillor Carroll.
it's absolutely crucial that we always know what we're voting on. Some of council think that we're voting on a total of $25,000, and some in council believe we are voting on a total of $45,000. That must be clarified before we vote.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll.
no, it's not. That's what I was trying
Okay,
to clarify, Mr.
just to make it, okay, so I don't know if our legal counsel wants to comment, but it's my understanding that hold on, that we have paid 20, he's asking for 45,
25 more.
25 more.
Yes.
Am I correct to the city solicitor?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
25 more, so a total of 45.
yeah.
just a sec.
Option B is a total of 45, Stephen.
Okay, so Councillor, okay, we're in the middle of questions from Councillor Fillion. You have a point of order, Councillor Holiday?
Yeah, I might suggest that we defer this matter because the $45,000 is different than what I read right here. I see an amount of
Well, the solicitor just gave you the
$25,269. I see in the motion the amount of $25,269.24 as option B, not 45.
No, it's,
How's it worded? Read it.
Okay.
And I should say, Madam Speaker, my comments were predicated on the same understanding. I thought it was 25,000.
Okay, just a sec.
Thank you.
withdraw it, Stephen.
Yeah, withdraw it.
So
This is legally written.
The clerk, can I have the clerk, just please? This is
above 20.
this is from the city clerk, this report. Okay, could we have the city clerk comment? Okay, just one at a time.
I just want to clarify that the request is for the 20 that we have paid, that's done. So the additional request is for the 25 that is outstanding.
For a total of?
For the, there's 3 propositions before council. One is not to pay, the other is to pay to the extent that it has been requested for the full 45, which is an additional 25. And the third is to pay that plus whatever else he submits. So the 2 motions that are before us are option C, not to pay, and to pay the additional 25.
Okay.
Not to pay further.
Yeah.
So this is, okay, so Councillor Pillion, are you finished answering the questions to the mayor?
Well, I guess the
Okay.
last question of the mayor would be, now that we're clear on, perhaps we've cleared up the confusion, would that alter your position?
Well, my position was only that we should be sort of straight up about paying, but we've paid 20, and frankly, I thought from my original reading that he said there was another 11, and I might have entertained paying that on the basis that it's 11 more that he ended up incurring in a much longer proceeding. But if it's 25, the answer is, I would, if those are the only 2 choices, and I'm told, listening to the clerk, it's either pay, stick at 20 or go to 45, I would not go to 45.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, yes, Councillor Holiday, point of order.
On a point of order, I'd like to withdraw the motion on B because that was not my intent. My intent was to what I believe was a delta of $5,000 between the 2. Frankly, I'd like to understand more about these legal fees. I did my best to interpret what option B was in the clerk's report, so I have some concerns about paying a bill of $45,000.
So are you withdrawing your motion to?
I would, and I don't know if it's available as an option to me. I'd like to defer this matter because I'd like to look at it more closely.
Okay, are you withdrawing the motion by 2B?
I am.
Okay, all in favor? So you would like to move a motion to defer?
I would.
Well, you've already spoken, so you can't.
Madam Speaker, I got questions of the mayor.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Holiday, you've already spoken. Councillor Karygiannis, do you have a question
I have a
to the
question
mayor?
for the mayor. Madam Speaker, through you to the mayor. You're in the legal profession. What are the chances that he might sue the city and win?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon.
Let me try this again. You're a trained lawyer.
Yes.
And you practice law. What are the chances that former Councilor Mamalidi might sue the city and win?
I can't really answer that. You'd be better ask that question of the city solicitor. I will say that it's unfortunate that what we can't do is, because I had misunderstood the reading of the whole thing, and I thought originally the number was 11, and then I thought it was 5 and not 25, and the one thing that's unfortunate is we can't go back and look at the 25 and break it down and see whether it's legitimate or not. We're making a decision here, but I can't answer your question. Whether he can sue us for this money and succeed, I have no idea.
Okay, thank you. Okay. The city solicitor. No, she doesn't. Okay, let's vote. We have, which motion is first? Councillor Fillion's motion? Okay. Did you want to record a vote? No. You can't. We're in the middle of a vote. Yeah. No, we're in the middle of a vote. You just can't get up in the middle of a vote. Yeah. The mayor was the last speaker, so we're voting on Councillor Fillion's motion now. It's on the screen. All in favor? Recorded vote.
All right. The motion carries 14 to 5.
Okay. Motion 2A by Councillor Holiday. It's on the screen. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Karygiannis, thank you.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The motion carries 16 to 3.
All right. So we'll go back to Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, we are at a point where we're going to end up having to choose deferred items. May I move that we stay just to complete the 2 items left on page 4, for which Ms. Romoff and her staff have waited the last 2 days, and then you can decide deferrals on the remaining items? Well, the reason I moved the motion is, Madam Speaker, it indicated that we might have
Well, I
quorum
think-
problems if we come back
okay,
tomorrow.
Now, hold on. We only have on page 4, we have the 2 items, and then we have Councillor Matlow held down CC 9.7, and then Councillor Matlow CC 9.8, and then we have Councillor Robinson, 55 Erskine. That's a development one. That needs to be done. So,
You're ready? Okay.
okay, so, okay, just one sec. Yes.
That's what I'm moving.
Okay. Okay, what I'm recommending, if somebody can just move a motion that we can just finish these 4 items and get it finished.
I move that we complete the agenda
Okay.
then, yes.
Moved by Councillor Carroll. On favor? Carried. All right. Back to now, Councillor Robinson, did you want to release your item? Okay, so on page 4, EY 7.12, application to remove a private tree, 22 Boxwood Road. Councillor Carroll, you held the item down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion on the item that could go up on the screen, EY 7.12, that City Council delete the Etobicoke York Community Council recommendation and adopt instead the staff recommendation in the report from the Director of Urban Forestry, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, that City Council deny the request for a permit to remove one privately owned sugar maple tree located at 22 Boxwood Road. Madam Speaker, the application was made, and I understand it was discussed at length. We have Councillor Crawford and I have a West Community.
Okay, hold on, Councillor Carroll. What I forgot to ask, is there any questions to staff since the staff
sorry.
are here? No? Okay, go ahead.
My seatmate and I were quizzing our West End Community Council seatmate, Councillor Peruzza. This is a beautiful sugar maple tree. Yes, it's close to the house, but it is very healthy. All it has to be is maintained, according to Urban Forestry. The owner came forward offering to replace it by only 1 tree. I can congratulate the Community Council on one count, which is that they said, no, you'll have to replace it with 5. But Madam Speaker, this is a beautiful sugar maple tree. If today you look at it on Google Maps as opposed to looking at our own internal in-view, the Google Map shot for Boxwood Drive is taken at the height of the summer. And if you ever wanted a textbook example of what tree canopy is and how important it is, it's this tree pictured from the air on Google Maps right now. And that's why I'm moving my motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The shame with that speech is that it talked about Google Maps, but if you actually go in person, and you kind of get what the problem is. So if I could ask the clerks to show photo number 3. I want to talk, that's the back shot of the house. Double gabled house, quite tall. That's the shade at midday. There's the tree on the left. What you can't see is the other tree on the right. If we could have photo number 2, please. So what happened at Community Council was a couple of seniors came and they showed us pictures of their tree. They said, look, we've been in this house over 30 years. This tree has grown and grown and grown and grown and grown. And if I can now see photo number 1, which is the final one, you will see how close it is to the house. They love the tree. It's gone on and on and on and on. And it's finally got to the tipping point that it's beyond their ability to manage this tree. Now, this is located in a part of the city called Markland Wood. It's called Markland Wood for a good reason. There's lots of trees. It's true, the owners agreed to plant 1 tree. What Councillor Carroll didn't mention is they've also agreed to pay the cash in lieu for 4. And the reason why they only agreed to plant 1 tree is because there's only room to fit 1 more on their property. They've got several trees there already. And there's 1 spot of sunlight in the far corner of the yard that meets the guidelines of where the tree needs to go. These are not people that are trying to cut down and deforest the area. They love their property, they landscape it beautifully, they garden, but they've come to me and said, look, this tree is, you can stand, and they brought us a picture, you can touch the door and touch the tree at the same time. It's so close to the house. It's lifting the deck boards, and they've now been told they have to increase the stone area around the tree, so they trip over the stones when they walk out of the door. At the end of the day, we've got this tree bylaw to protect trees, and nobody is here is going to argue that the tree isn't healthy. And so the staff have said, look, the bylaw says healthy tree, it can't come down. The circumstance is that we have something built into the bylaw here to be reasonable as a city. And the reasonable appeal is council, this tree has grown to the point that it's just not practical anymore. You know, we got a couple of communications in here, and the one thing that just wasn't submitted was the fact that their house got flooded yesterday in the rain. And you know why it got flooded? Because the downspouts overflowed, because the 2 trees and the others in the area have been filling the gutters. Do you know they cleaned the gutters 2 days ago? These are a couple of seniors that have to go up on a ladder to the 2nd story of the house to try to deal with this stuff. And they've basically said, look, it's just reached to the point that it's not reasonable anymore on our property to try to maintain this. Has anyone in the neighborhood complained about the application? They have not. They all get it. The homeowners adjacent to that say, look, sometimes it's just the right thing to do is to allow us to live harmoniously and take the tree out. Happy to plant another one. Happy to follow the city's rules and contribute to plant 4 more on top of that. I think the total is $2,000 or $3,000 in fees that they'll have to pay in addition to the cost of removing this tree just to maintain their property. So, you know, I know this chamber is far removed from this, and I know, you know, a councillor from another community council has a lot of passion in this, but if you go meet the people involved in this, you go walk and stand on the deck and you look at it and you realize how absurd the situation is. And the bylaw and the community council has a process for people to come forward and say, look, I got a problem. Can you help me sort this out? And to overturn the recommendation of the community council that actually talk to the people involved. You know, this is the kind of thing that irritates citizens that say, you know, what's the point of this law? What's the point of the government that we have? Like, they don't have any confidence in us anymore. They kind of look at downtown council and say, this is all crazy here. You know, I'm just asking for something really simple. Hardly a deforestation of Etobicoke. This is an area that loves trees. I just think it's a real shame if council takes the recommendation to overturn, you know, the findings of community council and understand that it's not an absurd ask. It's just 2 seniors in a home that have lived there for a long time, were there with this tree, that have finally made it to the point that they just need to change the configuration because the tree is outgrown them. And, you know, council, there's nothing more that I can say is that we're just trying to be reasonable here and exert some confidence in the system that we've got. And I respect the findings of the staff on this, but, you know, the arborist has said it's healthy and they can go no further because the law is written that way. So there you have it. The person's communications have been submitted, the couple that live in the home, and they too have just pleaded for a bit of mercy from council once in a while. Anyways, that's what I have to say, and I hope you'll sustain the community council direction on this.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay. Councillor Carroll's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, please.
The motion carries 10-8.
It's too bad. Why? I'm serious. No, I'm serious. Councillor, and on page 4, NY 7.36, Councillor Holliday?
Oh, that was quick. Thank you, Madam Speaker. No questions. Look, same principle applies. I'm not interested in examining the city-owned tree, but the private tree is a blue spruce. There's 2 on the property. I'm okay to support a counter motion. I will present this before council. One good turn deserves another. And hopefully we can instill some confidence in this homeowner.
Okay. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you're right, one good turn. So here's a picture of the tree in my ward. That's the tree. The house that's under renovation there, it's now complete. By the time we were considering it in community council, the house is now completely renovated, and the tree's still there, and it's still in the good and maintainable condition that the arborist and the urban forestry staff found it in when the application was made. And I drove by it just on the weekend, and it's still looking great. So I'm actually very cognizant of how lucky I am that when you have a situation like this in North York Community Council, when you say as a local councillor, this really is a time when we can adhere to our policy and save some tree canopy, that they go along with you. We don't actually, when it's an open and shut case like this, have a lot of conflict in North York Community Council. So I'm so grateful for my colleagues when that happens. And I just hope that people will uphold Community Council's recommendation, which was to support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Holyday.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Thank you.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 5-12.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Matlow.
The item is adopted 15-3.
Page 5, CC 9.7, Councillor Matlow.
I have a motion.
Well, first of all, do you have any questions to staff?
No.
Does anybody have any questions to staff? That's on More Homes, More Choices Act, More Choice Act? No? Okay, Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I have a motion both to reaffirm Council's position and ask the government to rescind Bill 108. And then the other item is to, that if Bill 108 stands, that they consult with the City of Toronto on the upcoming regulations. That's the motion. Kind of. Anyway, I'm sure they'll put it up, but what I just said is essentially what it is. And the reason I asked for that, Bill 108 is really the government handing over the planning process that should be about building communities rather than just buildings over to the development industry. This is the most developer-friendly regime that I know of. And if you look at the details that we do know within the framework of the bill that was rushed through, we know that it brings back, not only brings back, sorry, gentlemen, I just can't hear. It brings back the old OMB rules, an unelected, unaccountable body that can ignore our city's official plan at will. But it makes it worse. It even restricts the time even further that our professional planning staff has to be able to provide reports. In other words, in a way, it actually triggers an appeal to the LPAT/OMB. rather than allow community planning decisions to be decided by the elected body with the advice of our objective and professional planning staff. That's fundamentally wrong. It's anti-democratic. It also threatens endangered species, that now you can pay to slay. And if you want to build and the endangered species are in the way, you can pay a fee to get to bulldoze through. Even the science, the scope of the science changes where they have to consider other jurisdictions if they live there. This is a giveaway to the development industry. It also affects our ability to pay for community benefits. Section 37, Section 42, development charges, gone. All pooled, and we don't even have enough money yet to do the calculations to understand how fewer dollars the development industry has to provide us to support communities, and how many more dollars our tax-paying residents are going to have to subsidize the developers' profit margins. It's shameful. It's absolutely shameful. And what is even more shameful than the bad public policy that they created was how they're treating Toronto in the first place. They didn't consult with us. They plowed this through. And now they're working on the regulations. So in other words, they did it, I believe, at the behest of the development industry that has been very generous to the Progressive Conservative Party, Doug Ford's party. But they've also, now they're trying to figure out how to make it work. They don't understand the community benefits package that they're putting together. They're making this up on the fly. It's like building a plane while it's already up in the sky. They don't even know what they're doing. They know that they wanted to help the development industry, but they don't really know how to make this work. So they're figuring out the regulations. And they're going out to the province and they're saying to municipalities and AMO and everybody, hey, we're going to consult with you about the general idea of what these regs are going to look like, and then we're going to consult with you about what the regs are. But they're not actually dealing with Toronto fully. To fully understand our needs specifically, we shouldn't just be yet another stakeholder. We need to be dealt with as a major city, the capital city of Ontario, the largest city in Canada, and the one that actually hosts the vast preponderance of the high-rise development in this province. This is where it is. You want to hear something ironic? You know how they announced that this was all about affordability and supply? First of all, this does nothing to really promote affordable supply. It might build luxury condos and expensive apartments, but not affordable supply. But you know what else it's done? We're now seeing even fewer applications come in, less supply, because the developers are waiting to find out what these regs look like, to find out how many fewer dollars they have to provide to build infrastructure and services in our city. So I hope you support the motion. I believe it's something that all of us believe in.
Put the motion on the screen. All in favor?
A recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Oh, you want to, on the two motions? Okay, so you want to vote on 1 and 2 separately? It's only one. Is it just? Huh? Yeah, part 1.
Councillor Fillion, please.
Part 1 of the motion carries 14-2.
Part 2? Part 2? Do we want to record it on part 2? Well, barely. Barely. Recorded vote.
Part 2 carries unanimously, 16 in favor.
Okay, item as amended, on favor, carried. CC 9.8, Councillor Matlow, do you have questions?
No.
Okay, does anybody? No, okay, Councillor Matlow to speak.
I have a motion. So one is regarding the fact that there's a transportation study for the Midtown area that is happening essentially separate to Midtown in focus and the zoning review that would be part of the next steps as part of the OPA. So what this does, and this was done in consultation with staff, is just to ensure that this is speaking to the rezoning decisions to ensure that where you rezone, it reflects whatever the fact will be with respect to what kind of transportation that we are providing. It's only reasonable. And number 2 is similar to my motion with respect to Bill 108, and you'll be hearing from a downtown councillor with respect to Teo Core in a moment with a similar motion. But that we are, both the downtown councillors and the midtown councillors, are asking for council's support to ask the government to return the Toronto approved plans for our city and support what the locally elected council decided on behalf of our communities. What their plan does is it removes our ability that we put into our plan to ensure that the quality of life might finally be able to keep up with the rapid pace of growth in Midtown Toronto. This should have been done, by the way, the work that we did in Midtown and Focus should have been done 30 years ago, before the condo boom, but it wasn't, and our generation did it. And what we did is that we worked with our planning staff and in deep consultation with our communities on a plan that finally addresses things like social services and infrastructure and parks, public realm, better sidewalks, better setbacks, better pedestrian crossings, dealing with heritage preservation, dealing with school capacity, dealing with recreation, addressing the things that are important to the people in Midtown Toronto, along with more appropriate built form. It didn't say no to development, it just said let's manage development better so that quality of life comes first. And what the government did is they actually removed even, Madam Speaker, I'm having trouble hearing because of the chatter. Madam Speaker.
She can't hear you.
Yeah, I know. Please, can I have some, hello? Okay. Go ahead.
The government made decisions to remove provisions that we put in there to ensure that our quality of life in Midtown Toronto would keep up the pace of growth. In fact, in areas like Davisville Village, they're allowing some of the heights to go up even double than we would have allowed. And it's not just about height, it's about how many people will be competing for the services and infrastructure that we collectively have failed to provide over decades. That's wrong. I mean, look, try to find a place to go, a new park space in that neighborhood. Try to send your kid to a local school. You know what happened to my daughter's school in Midtown Toronto? They took the 6th grade classes out of her elementary school along with every other elementary school, bundled them into Hodgson at the middle school, and now they're going to have to add space into Hodgson because there isn't enough room to send your kids to school. In fact, in front of a lot of the developments, as Councillor Cole and Councillor Robinson know, the TDSB has to put up signs that says your kids may not be able to go to this school because there isn't enough capacity. If you try to get on the subway, Madam Speaker, you could hold the time. Hold the time. Are you all right? If you try to get onto the subway during peak hours, good luck. You're going to be packed in there like a sardine if you get on, but you're most likely going to be waiting 2, 3, 4 trains to even get on. So the Ford government chose the development industry and the companies that fund their election coffers and put them before the people of Midtown Toronto. That's wrong. And I hope that you will support our call to the Ford government to put the people before the development industry. I mean, they rhetorically call themselves for the people, but they're not proving it. They're not proving it. They're putting the developers' profit margins before the basic things that we require. You may remember when we passed Midtown in Focus, not only did it have the support of our planning staff, it had the support of a community that was part and parcel of this of the written document, and they were ignored too.
Thank you. I'm afraid we're going to have to quorum call because we really don't have quorum. If we want to get these 2 motions passed, because we're losing quorum, Council.
Yeah, no, it was very hard to speak
Your time is
as,
up. We're
everyone is
losing
gone.
quorum, so we have other speakers. So, if Councillor Cressy, can you maybe speed it up so we're going to lose quorum here. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, I have a motion.
Okay, go ahead. Let's,
That's all right. Go ahead.
well, what am I going to do? Well,
We only have 2 items left, and so we're not going to lose quorum.
but that's why I've been saying all day that we need to get these items. I don't know what else to say. Members of council have left. Now we have quorum because a few of them came back. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. And I have a motion, if it can be placed, which is that City Council requests the provincial government to revert back to the council-approved version of OPA 406. That is TO Core. On account of the hour, I will be brief, only to say that we spent 7 years developing TO Core, a comprehensive master plan for downtown Toronto, a 25-year plan, the first such plan that's been developed since the 70s. And it was a vision. It was set out as a vision for downtown, understanding that we will continue to grow and we want to continue to grow. In fact, we expect to double our population over the next 25 years. But we want to grow in a manner that will continue to ensure livability for people who live here, prosperity for not just downtown, but the city as a whole. And both of those 2 objectives, livability and overall citywide prosperity, have been put at risk due to the unilateral decision by the provincial government to impose changes to TO Core. And so the motion in front of us is to formally call on the province to reverse that decision. But I want to say a little bit more than that, which is this morning, the 3 downtown councillors, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Layton, and myself, publicly announced and shared our own new development process. It's our own traffic light system that we're employing. And so if we have developers come forward with proposals to build good developments that adhere to the principles of our council-approved TO Core plan, we will greenlight them. We will work to expedite them because we want to build complete communities. But to the developers out there that want to exploit the unilateral decision by this province to remove safeguards for physical and social infrastructure to be tied to develops, that remove requirements for new sidewalk widths or to keep shadow off parks, for developers who seek to exploit the provincial government's decision, we will red light them. We will slow them down, we will make them hard, and we will seek to stop them. Thank you very much.
Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. I do have a motion, if it could be put up on the screen, and this has been vetted by both the lawyers, city lawyers, and city planners extensively, because the first version wasn't appropriate. So I hope you'll support it. I'm just going to simply echo the two former speakers. In fact, I'm not going to echo them. I'm just going to say they've said it all. And just to give you an example of the next item coming up is 55 Erskine. I'm going to be supporting this development, but it's basically slab fill. Little to no green space. There's a little park that you could maybe stand in and swing your arms around. And so again, I'm just going to focus on the green space, public realm, green infrastructure, and the lack of it in the Young Eglinton area. And it's going to get only one thing, and the thing it's going to get is worse. So I'm devastated by this decision. We worked for years on Midtown in Focus, especially the last 6 months, almost daily, on weekends, and the province is really, they've outdone themselves with this. It's just pathetic.
Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, motion one by Councillor Matlow. Yes, just 1 sec. Recorded vote?
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 15 in favor.
Motion two by Councillor Cressy. On favor? Carried. Recorded? Recorded vote.
Councillor Mallow, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Carroll.
The motion carries unanimously, 16 in favor.
Motion three by Councillor Robinson. On favor? Recorded.
Councillor Mallow, please. Councillor Lai, thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Crawford. Councillor Fillion, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 16 in favor.
Okay, item is amended. On favor? Carried. Our next item is CC 9.18, 55 Erskine. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's an advanced circulation in front of you with a confidential attachment. The planners and lawyers have worked extensively on this. Thank you to them for their assistance. While it's not an ideal development, and I don't think there's sufficient support for green space in the area, it's the best we could do at this juncture. And so I will be supporting it, what's the word? half-heartedly. Half-heartedly. Again, thank you to, I want to do a special shout out to Brian Haley, because he did, I wanted to say earlier, he really helped me navigate another issue in Leaside on an earlier application that was part of this agenda. So a shout out to him, special thanks to him.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on the screen, would you like a recorded vote? No? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it, right? Item is amended, all in favor? Carried. Last item is members' motion 9.47, which Councillor Perks held down. This is...
I move that we refer motion MM 947 to the General Manager, Solid Waste Management Services for consideration. Just very quickly, you will recall yesterday, Councillor Ford asked us for permission to introduce a motion that was urgent because jobs were at risk. And then when the motion arrived, it was about how the City of Toronto should consider doing a pilot program to test whether or not we can compost coffee pods. Bringing those two apparently contradictory thoughts together takes a lot of work, and I've spent time with Councillor Ford, and I am not convinced that we should be just directing staff to go and do this at this point. There's a long history of the relationship between coffee pods and our composting system and how it can work. I will tell you this much. It is not typical for a municipal government to take on the responsibility of helping an industry make its products become recyclable or compostable. Generally, that falls on the province of Ontario, who has regulatory authority to set up stewardship organizations, work with producers to make their products fit. However, I'm prepared to give Councillor Ford one more swing at the ball here by, instead of having us simply defeating his motion, that we send it to staff so that he can continue to engage in a conversation with our solid waste management staff without obligating us to spend public money to help a particular supplier navigate a very complicated problem. Sound fair? Hope you vote for my motion to refer.
There is a question for you by, oh,
Two speakers, really?
pardon? Wrong button, okay. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had read this motion when Councillor Ford brought it forward, and I was originally intending to second it, but then I got beat by Councillor Cressy. And I will not be supporting Councillor Perks. I see his point, but I think it's time to get on with this. We don't have a meeting until October, and this is just asking for a report on a potential pilot project. It's not saying we need to do it. It's asking for a report, and I think we should get on with that.
Thank you. And just want to remind members it's on a referral, so it's 2 minutes. Councillor Holyday, 2 minutes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think Councillor McKelvey said it well, that it was a report request. I had thought I'd heard in the comments that it was to launch a pilot, but I would just want to make sure I made that point that it was a report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, referring it to the staff actually is a best route to go, but as we're now looking at both positions, it is awkward because I'm now having to speak for staff because we finished questioning. I took it upon myself, have a stake in waste diversion, as you may well remember, to ask about this, because this work is going on in the National Zero Waste Council. I spoke to the General Manager of Solid Waste. A pilot of this sort has already been conducted with this very employer that the councillor wrote the letter about. So now we're into dealing with one single proponent and one single pod, and that's a gray area. And we don't want to find ourselves in a problem with every other potential proponent or manufacturer of pods. Because this letter now puts on our public record that we're really interested in making sure that we accommodate one particular supplier and manufacturer somehow in some pilot. And the pilot's already been conducted and was problematic. And so I really believe that the wisest choice is to refer this to staff so that staff in the intervening months can work with the councillor to make sure that if we're to conduct an additional pilot, a second pilot, or even gather the information that the National Zero Waste Council has already done on such things, so that we're really proceeding in a way that meets all procurement law and all Municipal Act law and still accommodates all the manufacturers of pods. The best thing is to send it to staff. You can work with the councillor and come to Works Committee with the course of action that is best advised.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, 2 minutes.
So I'll be supporting Councillor Perk's motion, and I'm doing so. There is a pilot. This company participated. Well, you didn't give them a chance to. This company participated for one reason or another. Their participation ended. Okay, I like the idea of compostable or recyclable coffee pods. That's why I was supportive of going down this road a couple of years ago. I think Councillor Robinson's motion was what ruled the day then about going down this road, and that created the pilot. But the province is about to report back on EPR, and it's probably going to include coffee pods. It's like next week, this week or next week, at some point soon, we're going to start hearing what the provincial process will be. And it won't be us picking and choosing one company who participated and then failed or dropped out or were no longer asked to continue in the pilot program that was ongoing. We've got a problem with contamination in our garbage stream. We asked staff to start a pilot, they did. Now we're going back and saying before your pilot's done or when you're in the middle of your pilot, why don't you consider this company again? So let the EPR report from the province come back. Let's figure out how to standardize some of these containers and figure out how our municipal waste system is going to deal with them.
Councillor Robinson, 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Again, worked on this for the last 4 years closely with the former general manager of Waste Management. We've done the pilot. We've moved the motions. These coffee pods and some others on the market are not compostable, even though they say on the packaging they are, and they're not accepted into our systems. But as Councillor Layton's just explained about extended producer responsibility, this has been ongoing for a couple of years. We're very close. We have to ensure that the producer is responsible, and this feels like we're straying from that. So I think Councillor Perk's motion is excellent and the right direction at this point.
On the referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, please, we're going to need your vote.
The referral carries 14-3.
Yes, it is. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee and council consider submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All those in favor? Carried. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Madam
You
Speaker.
have a motion to introduce certain bills.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce bills 1082 to 1158 and 1160 to 1196 inclusive.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please.
motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 17 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Layton, please.
Council Perruzza, please.
The motion to enact the bills carries unanimously, 17 in favor.
Councillor Carroll, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Yes, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting number 9 on July 16, 17, and 18, 2019. Have a good summer, Madam Speaker.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Thank you. You too. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, please, and thank you.
Motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 17 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 17 in favor.
Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you to members of council, staff. Have a wonderful summer. Thank you.